Legend of Legaia is a three-dimensional, turn-based RPG developed by Contrail, published by Sony Computer Entertainment for the PlayStation in 1999. It was met with favorable reviews and a sequel, along with a small amount of fandom to this day. The sequel released in 2002 on the PlayStation 2, which sold roughly 1/6 of the copies, presumably making this series as dead as a doornail. I have fond memories of various events in this game and thought I'd revisit it once again with a couple of caveats that I'll get into momentarily. Legend of Legaia starts off its gameplay and story arc with a very simple introduction to our lead character, a mute protagonist with a very generic hairstyle. Upon my first playthrough, I was audibly sighing at both of these very generic features. While I feel that silent protagonists are a weak form of storytelling, this title might be a great example of how a story can be told effectively with one. You are meant to fill in this role with your own personality and not bog down the dialogue with your own thoughts on matters. A good example of how a non-silent protagonist could disrupt your experience is Squall from Final Fantasy VIII. Not making any moves on Quistis irritates me to this day. I would have done so much with that. After naming Vaughn to your liking, you are given free reign to roam the tiny village of Realm Elm, your typical tutorial RPG village. Well, a typical village that is encapsulated in 80-foot tall stone walls. I again had sighed at the cheerful nature of the introduction, as I felt this had been a very commonly displayed hand. But boy, did that change quickly. You find May shortly after leaving your glamorous hut. She is eager to measure all of your body parts in preparation for the glorious hunt that is set to transpire tomorrow. Once you promise to give all of your measurements, you then train with the local monk, who gives you a basic run of how the fighting works in this game. You can talk with all of the villagers before going back to the hut, triggering this overly happy cutscene. Here I am, replaying this game for the 4th time, and I'm taken aback about how powerful this scene is. This is an early example of how video games are indeed art. Using these now primitive tools, super deformed characters, muted dialogue, and pixelated graphics can still stir such emotion out of me. This game is incredible at visual storytelling, and this is just one of the early examples. After taking a rest, you are awakened by an ominous knocking of the village gates. An ethereal asswipe shows up to blow up the front walls using a gigantic monster summoning. The mist that carries these monsters engulfs the village and immediately starts attacking everyone, including this adorable little murder. This is what I mean with the insane contrast that this game will have. Not a drop of blood is shown, but the brutal nature of what is happening is plenty obvious and still effective at setting the bleak mood. You are then tasked with gathering everyone to the only safe haven, the Gaia tree centered within the town. After a few random battles, naturally. It's here that I feel I should give out a quick disclaimer. I am cheating on this playthrough. I have beaten Legend of Legaia 4 separate times on my many revisits. I don't feel like I need to prove myself anymore. I am very overleveled for the majority of this playthrough, and this is really in the interest of time. The battle system of Legend of Legaia is excellent, however, it is very tedious at times, and the frequency of the random battles is heinous. But if you do decide to play this game on your own, please take this one piece of advice. Fight every single battle and do not run away. You gather everyone around the Gaia tree and start praying away your issues. The Rasu then connects with you and activates the tree, driving the mist away from the village. Once Realm Elm is free of the mist, your Rosuru flat out tells you that you're in for the long haul now, and that you need to resurrect all of the Legaia trees in the world. No pressure. You're also told about Maya's long-lost mother being held in the Byron Monastery, and how there's a chance that she's still alive. After getting your things together, it's time for the first overworld romp. There is a terrific overworld theme that sets the tone here. Very deep sounds accompanying a haunting melody that, for me, gave me a feeling of only a glimmer of hope in a horribly dire situation. I feel like they nailed it. Give it a listen, since you'll never cover enough space before one of the billion random battles set in otherwise. Even back then, these were a weak point of Legend of Legaia. Not only are their battles frequent, they take a long time to complete each and every time. You eventually reach Byron Castle, which is engulfed within the mist. You learn that the occupants knew they were screwed and locked themselves into cages ahead of time as to not cause any mayhem. The purpose of this dungeon is to teach you how to find sparklies. You eventually reach the mountain up ahead. You then switch over to our second hero of this adventure, Noah. Noah is slowly introduced, with implications that she will also not be speaking in this game. This is not the case, as you learn that she is an orphanized child literally raised by a wolf. After an additional tutorial section, you are free of the cave that these two characters have spent their entire lives in. Noah and the wolf find their way to the summit of Mount Ricora, where Sir Asswipe arrives to ruin their day. We then cut back to the player, who has their own dungeon crawl to embark upon. Once you arrive at the summit, the first boss battle ensues. And if you were like me, you were sick and tired of the random battles, and started to run away from the majority of them. This made me woefully underleveled, and I was in for a world of hurt with this boss. Boss battles in Legend of Legaia do not fuck around. You need to carefully plan out your turns to heal, especially when a charged up attack is telegraphed. Prior to these attacks, you need to defend lest you become one-shotted. Many of these battles are also highly drawn out with huge HP pools for these chumpsicles. The neat thing about all battles is when the enemies are weakened, they'll display this after being attacked by falling to the ground, giving some weight to finishing the encounter. There's also a delightful camera change on the final blow that is synonymous with fucking finally. Again, this is off of memory, as I beat this bastard in one turn, because I'm level 36. Let me tell you, after fighting this asshole 4 times prior, once after having to grind for over an hour, it's a satisfaction all of its own. Get fucked. Dude, this game goes hard. Now that the party's official, you turn back to the castle to check in. Here Noah starts to show off her delightful naivety, having never seen a mustache before, not knowing what suffering is, not knowing what money is. It's such a simple character building, and it's told perfectly here. Also something that I appreciate, and it's such a small detail, but King Drake hands you his key by giving it to the guard, and then the guard hands it to you. It's delightfully pompous, and I love it. Thanks for saving our lives and our kingdom. Now here's the key to progress past the water bridge. Here, give this to them, they look sweaty. You use the key to traverse to the next area, the Byron Monastery. Here, there is a machine to suck in the mist, keeping the monks inside safe. You're introduced to several characters inside. Zopu, the Grandmaster. I'm going to call him that title, but it's never really clarified. Sangi, a not at all evil-looking antagonist. Gala, the third-party member of the game. And Maya, May's mother. There's a cheerful reunion with May's mother that quickly switches to bittersweet once you have to deliver the terrible news to her. Once again, the visual tells that these super deformed characters, along with the dialogue, is so well woven together that this conversation hits harder than you would expect. The world that these characters live in is so terrible that these tragedies are commonplace, and nothing really comes as too much of a shock when such news is delivered. The game does such an amazing job of keeping the tone hovering right around cheerful and terribly bleak, with almost a wavelength pattern. Once your introductions are through, you are tasked with choosing to go to one of the two nearby Gaia trees to resurrect them. Like most of the choices in this game, it doesn't matter what you go with. You'll end up going to both of them anyway. With another dungeon crawl out of the way and dozens of random battles, you arrive at a dead Gaia tree. But thankfully, the death of this tree is not the end, for it sprouts a seed. I mean, an egg. Yeah, sure thing, game. You then retrace your steps to Byron Monastery, where you are shocked to find out a prickly, red-dressed, evil-grinning asswipe is in fact evil. Sangi has devastated the entire monastery. Gala, a monk that is sworn to never wear any form of seru, wants to continue to accompany the team to extract revenge on them. If you decide to visit Maya while the mist is in the monastery, you read this letter, telling her motivations for staying here and not venturing back to Realm Elm to be with her daughter. It's another bit of storytelling that makes this game special to most JRPGs. This character is very minute to the entire plot of the game, but so much effort is put into this just despite that fact. After doing the other dungeon crawl, you end up facing Sangi, at least in cutscene form. Interestingly enough, Legend of Legaia does not have any forced fail scenarios that I know of. This is usually a JRPG staple in game design, and I'm honestly interested in why they did not showcase just how overpowered Sangi is here with a quick ass whipping in battle form. I guess the 80 battles to get to this point was enough for the player? Anywho, we are substituted with a mini boss battle instead, as Sangi's already so powerful that he lets his underlings take care of you instead. I mean, why kill off characters in the game with your ultimate power when you can entrust your shitty little monsters to take care of them? That's never backfired on any other villain. After vanquishing Yan foes, you are able to activate the Gaia tree, effectively nullifying the immense amount of mist surrounding the mist generator that has been causing all of this. Returning to the monastery, you are able to recoup and rearm yourself for the first major actual dungeon in this game. The generator dungeon is accompanied by yet another amazing soundtrack that also does not cut out with each random battle, a feature that is criminally underused with these old RPGs. It's such a welcome break from the monotony of the standard tracks. I mean, not having so many battles would have been nice in itself, but you know, it was the style at the time. Traversing these dungeons is not the greatest thing in Legend of Legaia. There are a lot of chests to be found, but almost all of the items are simple healing consumables. It's just enough to barely scrape by, so seeking them out is more or less just allowing you forgiveness for not going the correct way. Very rarely are you legitimately rewarded with, say, an awesome new weapon for going down this hallway. Instead, you are given a healing leaf. Yeah, awesome, thank you! You eventually make your way to Sangi, where Gala finally gets the chance to whoop some ass. And if you haven't been leveling him up, you are going to get slapped hard by this fight. Since you legitimately need to fight one-on-one, and Gala, I mean, he tries hard. He's the Sega Saturn of this group. But seriously, 1v1 fights in this game, when played as intended, are simply not fun. You need to defend, absorb an attack, fight, absorb an attack, heal, and repeat this cycle for dozens of scripted times. It is a tension all of its own because often a single screw-up of this pattern means it's time to reload your last save file. Gala slaps the grin right off of Sangi's dumb face and finally shows a tiny amount of humility. Sangi commends Gala for also cheating with using a seru to accentuate their abilities, warns you of the dangers up ahead, and skedaddles out of there. Is he friend or foe? He's foe. You proceed to the central generator and meet up with Zeto, who's definitely not friend. And here, the first hard-ass boss battle will truly commence. This fight will absolutely force you to defend at certain turns, as his ultimate attack will one-shot your whole team if you are not defending prior. He also has a metric shit ton of hit points. How many? In my bullshit, kill everything in one turn over-leveling, it took me 5 player turns to defeat him, which is insane compared to everything I've fought up to this point. Playing this typically, it would take you upwards to 10 to 15 minutes of careful turn taking to defeat this thing. Watching him fall down after attacking amps up the tension, as his HP is finally falling down to critical levels, and you just sweat, wanting for that trusty reverse camera shot to verify that this endurance round is finally over. Zeto goes down, but is clearly not out. You are then free to choose if you are ready to destroy this generator. Just kidding. Yeah, people complain about having the illusion of choice in modern games. What about this shit? The generator goes kaput, and the Rasuru is apparently sad by this. It's pointed out why at the end of the scene, as it's apparent that a Raseru egg was used to power the device, and it's now dead. Again, nothing purely positive happens in this storyline. Everything that happens has a consequence hidden just around the corner, and the player never seems to get a pure win. It's like if the main character got laid by his love interest and then gets an STD the next morning. Like, give me a break already. You automatically return to the monastery and you're given your next tasks. They travel far north towards the Sebekis Islands. It was not made clear, at least to me, on where to go next. I eventually figured out to go to this cave in the north, where the self-proclaimed old wizard and old witch have taken up shop. Apparently, you can have a shop ready to go after 10 years of not having any customers. Ah, RPGs. But before this point, you can have some optional storytelling by revisiting Realm Elm, where Maya and May are shacked up. May is not thrilled with you, not mentioning the whole "your mother is still alive" story arc, and is filled with complex emotions. This is another interesting scene, as they attempt to convey how complex human beings can be. It ends on a strange note of Noah bawling her eyes out due to the fact that she is orphanized, and Mia should be thankful for having a mother to begin with. Personally, I feel this is a false dichotomy, but I think the point is made well enough here. You can also visit Tetsu to learn some arts and more dialogue that feels natural. Every single character you run into when you revisit has new, relevant lines, which is so refreshing compared to so many other JRPGs that often just use generic lines that don't have anything relevant to the player's current situation. Anyway, back to the cave. This essentially could be viewed as the end of the tutorial of all tutorials. You learn the entire structure of the game at this point, and once you exit this cave, you are basically starting the next chapter of your adventure. The next overworld area opens up things quite a bit. There is opportunity to get stuck here if you don't pay attention to some of the dialogue with the characters as you traverse from town to town. You'll likely stop at the city of Jeremy first. Upon arriving, you deduce that the Gaia tree is high atop the center tower. After a series of random battles, you reach your way to the top and encounter another tough-as-nails boss. After you slap the plant up and revive the tree, the town will celebrate with an attempted mass orgy, crushing the mayor to death in a pile of erections and hard nipples. You are given what seems to be a side quest from the town's jeweler, Zalan. He wants you to find out if his wife and son are still alive and well, and to let them know that he's alive. Once you set out for the next town, you'll arrive at Vinda, a city that maintains order via a series of windmills that push the mist out of town. It's here that you'll find Pepe, Zalan's son. While this is obviously good news, at this point in the game, you rightly suspect that the other shoe is going to drop, and it does. Fuck, dude. You are given Zalan's wife's wedding ring as a token, which should be taken back to Zalan at some point, as this is needed to progress the plot. The rest of Vinda is seemingly vanilla, with the exception of a paranoid member that has dug himself into a bunker in case the windmills fail, something that his residents view as being very paranoid. Personally, I think this makes perfect sense, but something tells me that the average intelligence of these residents is not great. Octum is where a recent dream sequence instructs the player to go to, as we need to see someone named Harry. But it is very unclear as to where to go once you arrive. You realize that the town is again completely overrun with mist, and no one appears to be anywhere nearby to talk to. You can locate a shrine of sorts that will open up a secret passage, but only after you read 3 out of 4 passages, assume it's plot filler, explore the overworld for hours, fight 100 random battles, and then come back after being desperate to find the next progression point and read the 4th book, unlocking the secret passage of "That's fucking bullshit!" This leads to an elevator that you can't use, making this another dead end. However, this character shows up to clarify where the Star Pearl is, allowing you to retrieve it from Zalan. The area known as Shadowgate is now accessible after the confrontation with these 3 antagonists that are clear mirrored images of our heroes. The boss battle music starts up, and shockingly, Nothing happens as they are pulled away for more urgent business. From here, you need to activate the pillars based off of the walkthrough on GameFAQs. I mean the writings back on the basement of Octum. That is, if you have the Star Pearl. Otherwise, nothing happens, and you get to wander aimlessly for hours like I did. Fuck that 4th book, dude. You open the vagina portal and slide into the opening into the cavernous area of Lower Octum. Here we have a quaint little city with a happy population. Just kidding. This woman nearly dies instantly and loses her home in an earthquake after nearly giving up on life in this defeated state. You finally get to meet Harry, which is really 3 babies all snuggled up in a, oh my god, so cute. They are not awake as they only speak when certain events unfold. Once you meet the eccentric mayor of the city, the Harry awake and demand to see you. You're given more exposition in the form of past, present, and future, explaining more of the intricate weavings of the plot. The origin of the mist has apparently been created intentionally, for example, and ominously, Noah's parents are told to be alive, but seeing them will be very disturbing. And if you've played this game, you know exactly what I'm already talking about. This game gets so dark that they have in-character disclaimers. Speaking of dark, once you leave this area, the godchildren are seen abandoned to die of gravity at the hands of this blatant coward posing as an authority figure. He even spears this woman in the face on the way out. A+ fuckface. The Harry die, but their spirit literally lives on through even more exposition, giving some hope to this really bad situation. The city is set to collapse at any moment. There is a monster underneath that is trying to make everything collapse. You are now able to traverse to the next dungeon area to confront it. Down here, things seem to get even more dire as we need to make haste. Just have to hop on these delightful lava steps that magically know how to travel from spot to spot. Here we have, in my opinion, one of the hardest bosses in the game, at least one of the most memorable for me, as this guy is so tough that you have to interrupt him 3 times before even getting to fight him. This guy is a Mack truck. He hits incredibly hard, has an insane amount of HP, and is unpredictable in nature. Some bosses are more gimmicky, with every 3 turns doing their signature move, something you can predict. This asshole just keeps slapping you till it's lights out. Finally, the boss goes down, but not before freezing the lava for whatever reason. The joke's on him, we needed that so we can progress to the next area. I'm sure a bunch of nuns froze to death or something, but hey, at this point, I'm not going to be shocked anymore. The remaining not dead residents of Octum thank you dearly and allow you back to the surface. Now that the caverns below have frozen, we can progress to the city of Legaia, which is once again taken by the mist. The king of this area, however, proves to be sentient enough to want the mist driven away. You take the key and make your way up to the next dungeon. Once at the summit, you're unable to do anything with the tree as it's protected by a strange barrier. Once you try to go back down, Sangi arrives to antagonize the group once more. He promises to release the barrier if you defeat him, which shockingly, he does without any complaints. For being a 2-dimensional character, Sangi manages to keep things interesting with the Gala-Sangi subplot. I feel like what they were going for here falls pretty flat, but at least he has that goddamn hair. After rezzing the tree, Sarayu says he's tired and wants to rest, implying that you should as well. When you go to the inn, you will find a woman with a purple bridal gown. She says she's going to be the bride of Sarayu, which is not at all ominous. Resisting this call is apparently punishable by culling, so the woman agrees to keep her family alive. Noah rejects this and volunteers herself to take the woman's place. Once this transpires, we are greeted with some delightfully macabre visuals of women being sucked of their vitality while being confused and blinded in their womb-like confinements. Also, this woman gets digested right in front of Noah, so that's nice. Sensing danger, your Rasuru bid you to save Noah as you run to her aid, mostly unobstructed. Once you arrive, you do battle with our Raiden-looking motherfucker here, after he transforms and, well, let's be honest, this is pretty badass. Once dispatched, the Simsaru that had taken control of Sarayu vaporizes, and Sarayu is free of mind control. How the fuck do you pronounce this guy's name? He quickly turns off the Doomsday Machine that is powering the life force of the Juggernaut, and all the loose ends of this side plot are all accounted for. Sarayu gives you the key out of the kingdom, and then you're off to the next generator castle. This castle is more of the same design. Make your way up, enjoy our free escalator rides, and take in the visuals. Soon the next boss battle will commence. You meet up with the Simsaru Dohati. He's like Zoda, but with a fresh coat of paint. He transforms into a bird monster that likes to puke status ailments all over the party. Once you smack the life out of this boss, you learn of even greater threats that are on the horizon. He apparently serves someone named Court, and a little bit more of what is going on with the generator is revealed, as it communicates with the Rasuru briefly before becoming PlayStationized into tiny polygons. The Rasuru are withholding information on what is really going on, and they promise to fill you in later. To say Legend of Legaia is a strange game would be an understatement. You want proof? Watch this octopus man turn into a train. Once the mist is cleared, you are taking a Seru designed for mass transport to our next continent. Since that continent is completely overwhelmed with mist, they unlock you halfway across and yeet our party into a building, killing them instantly, and our story comes to an end. Kara? Kara, I'm going with Kara, our femme fatale, is inexplicably here to rescue the party from a rather embarrassing demise, and allows us to understand why she's somehow able to traverse the lands without getting murdered. She also points to the sky to Castle Crystallis, which is raining mist from the sky with an almost pompous attitude. Once she parts ways, you fight your way to the giant Tower of Sol, an ancient city prior to the mist collapse. You're instructed to go up to the top levels of the city, as the mist does not reach the higher floors. Just before you arrive, you meet up with Reinhardt, who's clearly as batshit as they come, but he certainly looks intimidating, even in super deformed mode. He's clearly battled his whole life, and has nothing apparent to live for, but he sees a long-lost loved one in Noah's eyes just for a moment. Man, I wasn't expecting another tragic story for at least another 15 minutes game. Once arriving at the populated levels of Sol, we eavesdrop on Kara arguing with a brooding character. She calls him a pimp, which incites a cascade of naive stupidity out of Noah, and she sucker kicks him in the temple. This man is clearly defeated, as he doesn't even seem to care about a random kid just assaulting him out of nowhere. Once this de-escalates, the party moves on up. You meet up with the headmaster of Byron, who is quick to dismiss you due to the Seru you're wearing. However, Gala pulls off some sweet moves to impress the old man in his gigantic dome, and he entrusts you with the seedling of a Genesis tree. Once you exit, the old man is quick to challenge you to a fight, as by clearing out the monsters of the lower levels, you will take away the purpose of his existence. After a relatively easy fight, compared to a lot of these, you try to treat his wounds. In a truly unexpected move, Sangi arrives to sarcastically bash the group for beating the shit out of the old man, and takes him away to, quote, save his life, end quote. I'm totally sure he's not gonna do anything sinister. Am I being sarcastic? I don't even know anymore. The city of Sol is quite interesting compared to so many other towns in the game. There's a daycare center for children that are without parents. Normally, this would mean they're dead, but in this case, they're simply taken over by the mist on the lower floors. Or they're also dead. This is Legend of Legaia, anything goes. Progressing through Sol requires a bit of moon logic. You need to either spend a ludicrous amount of gold or some time on the slot machine to earn 8 slices of Soru bread, which is only described as something mages like. When traversing the lower mist-filled areas, you find 8 treasure chests that are hungry for knowledge, and that knowledge is contained in bread, because mages are smart. You get it now? You then reach a bizarre set of one-way electric Tesla coils, which is of course more excuses for more random battles, before finally reaching the center platform. As you might expect, it's not that simple to just activate the seedling, since Sangi shows up once more to antagonize everyone. He pulls out a much meaner version of Gaza, who's now controlled by the Simsiru. And you thought you had an easy battle before, of course. Now it's payback time. He hits like a Mack truck now. After this battle is over, the party realizes the old man is dying. But fret not. The Rasuru say this man can now be the life force to activate the seedling, because this makes up for how tragic the scenario is. Now watch as this fresh corpse gets enveloped by a tree. Woo! You can now buy new items, explore around more, but be sure not to leave without talking to the king of the castle, sitting inside the lower inn for no apparent reason. This game really likes to stick plot advancing characters in inns for some reason, probably due to the fact that you need to visit them so often. But the designers still stick 2 NPCs on the outskirts of the tower to remind you to talk to him in the first place. So that's at least a nice demonstration of proper old school RPG design. When you finish your walk away from the tower, you get a meanwhile sequence. So I learned a fun speedrunning strategy for this game. Yes, there is at least one speedrunner for this game by the name Ria Skies. The greatest item in the game is not healing or stat boosting. No, it's incense. Not that awful smelling shit your girlfriend bought at the candle store. No. This shit eliminates the random battles for a number of steps, and they stack. And best of all, this game doesn't change this value between save files. So save your game, use the incense, load your game, and be fucking free of random battles. Is this cheating? Perhaps. My counterpoint would be that random battles in these RPGs cheated time out of your life and mine. You could have been doing anything else in the world. Anything. And let's not forget, if you don't fight these battles and level up, you're only hurting yourself anyway. But to not be limited by this nonsense is so liberating. You then make your way to the village of Buma, where the trees are frozen stiff and are unable to be revived. West of this frozen town, you will find a tower where the scientist Dr. Usha is kept in. Provided you wrote down that password earlier, or read the walkthrough. Here, the already strange plot gets a tad more weird. You need to retrieve a fire droplet, which is provided by the ancient civilization that just happens to be a few blocks away at a nearby temple of Urumais. Urumais? Man, these things are hard. After a quick quiz to see if the player was even paying attention, you arrive at the temple. Here, the Tieg reach out telepathically to bid our heroes to go to each side of the pyramid. You'll reach a polygonal bed, and each character will have a revelatory dream sequence to soothe their hearts. God damn, for a bed made out of vertexes, that looks fucking dope. Vaughn dreams about his mother dying from childbirth, specifically his sister. He tried to get a healing item to stop the hemorrhaging. Yeah, this game's words, not mine, but to no avail. By leaving the village, he caused his dad to run after him and is forever injured as a result. Noah has to wrestle with her being sent away by a human stork known as the Sorin, giving a visual to her origins. Gala has to contend with having an asshole friend. Yeah. Gala's kinda boring throughout this game, so I guess this is no big revelation, that Sangi's a douche canoe. After a ring of expository dialogue, you are given the fire droplet from Tieg, and you're free to leave. Just kidding! The Juggernaut arrives to blow up the temple, setting a tone of urgency. The droplet is the party's last lead. Getting back to Dr. Usha, him and his assistants create 4 time-space bombs using the fire droplet, and explains the next plan to kill the Simsuru responsible for the nearby frost. By the way, this is not the frost from Underground earlier, that apparently does not come into play. After blowing up the entrance, the party is forced to split into a mini dungeon with the basic mechanics that are frankly underutilized. Think of the final dungeon from Final Fantasy 3/6, minus anything interesting. Here we prepare the bombs for the deletion of this monster when the Daliuses show up to finally give us the worst battle in the game. I'm going off of memory again here. I was leveled decently enough for this fight, and prepare as the menu instructs. A couple of turns in, this attack is unleashed on Gala. This one-shotted me back then, and then it was back to the menu. I was floored. So going back into the fight, I developed the pattern that will set the precedent for the next 30 minutes. Attack, spirit, heal, attack, spirit, heal, attack. If you fuck this pattern up, you will likely have to go all the way back. There are 3 of these goddamn fights, and they all play the same. It's a perfect combination of boring and being nerve-wracking. Sure, these super attacks are awesome to watch, the first 5 times. There is no real strategy here, just an endurance round of paying attention to your inputs. Never was I happier to see that save beacon when that shit was over. After each hilarious looking demise from these clowns, you set the bombs and nuke the monster within. But this doesn't fully kill the Seru, and the Daliuses sacrifice their lives to make it detonate. Yeah, sure thing. You're now tasked with killing the beast within 4 turns, making this essentially a DPS race. Killing the monster releases the heat from within, melting ice for everywhere nearby, and thawing the town of Buma. Once back there, you triple revive the Genesis trees and power the fuck the mist away from the nearby areas. Kara once again eavesdrops on our party to bask us in more of her delightful, vague storytelling. She at least lets us finally dig into her mysterious past by giving us a music sheet to try to woo back Grantes, a former Soren. Hopefully he's still okay with Noah kicking him in the temple earlier. You need to give the sheet to the pianist to invoke a deep love for Kara. Her professing her love in person didn't work in the same bar earlier. So remember kids, love conquers direct communication every time. You're summoned back to Burma to further progress the plot. Here we have a cute interaction with Noah as she bursts into the room with the bluntness of a 5-year-old. The rest of the interaction is a tad corny, but we were able to reunite this rather annoying character and her long-absent boyfriend. A reward is the Soren flute, which is critical to progressing once more. You then set for the summit of Mount Dini to speak with the Soren. Gala passes a speechcraft roll to convince them to not leave right away, giving them an audience with the elder of the Soren camp. You meet the elder by the name of Dude, these names, who almost immediately turns you around in approval for the Soren warriors to carry the party up to the floating castle. They then fly you to the castle for yet another dungeon romp. This one is of unremarkable design and is rather short, but this will come into play shortly. For whatever reason, I really like this little bit where they go through this tube and you see her little face here. They really like showing off those transparency effects back then. Once you arrive at the throne room, you're unable to reach the actual generator behind the door. When you retrace your steps, you're interrupted by Zora, the defender of this castle. She claims to be the lover of Court, the head honcho of this operation. After you do battle with Zora, Sangi arrives to blast open the sealed door with intentions of destroying the mist generator. Confused by this tactic, the party confronts them in the generator room, where Sangi reveals that this entire area is actually a trap intended to kill the Rasuru attached to our party. Zora is understandably also confused by this, briefly before Sangi blasts her ass to the Shadow Realm. The figurative Shadow Realm. There's like 20 different names and realms here, I really shouldn't throw titles around. The party is forced to escape the castle, which is a real pain in the ass unless you have incense in your inventory, making this getaway trivial. Reaching outside, things are looking dire when the Soren catch everyone just in the nick of time. When we make it to safety, we are caught up on how the Rasuru have been the catalyst for the mist generators all along, and that our Seru have been committing fratricide with each generator destroyed. It is now explained that the mist covering this continent is not at all caused by the floating castle, but another generator north of the castle of Konkrum, where Noah's parents are told to be. You are given parachutes and are dropped to the castle to gain more information. When you arrive, things look absolutely horrifying. Noah tries to pull this person that is fused into the wall. They are insane, blind, and in immense pain. This whole area is Ellison-esque, with the entire ground and skyline consisting of moving flesh. The castle is fused to a gigantic Sim-Seru, along with all of the occupants within. It's here that Noah receives a shocking revelation. I tell you, I was about 15 or 16 when I played this back in the day, and this shit is completely seared into memory. This poor, innocent soul has to bear witness to her parents fused to a fleshy, ceaseless nightmare from which there is no clear outcome. They instruct you to take the flame of Seru and go back in time? So now we have a bit of time travel thrown into this increasingly insane plot? Sure, let's do this. You need to gain a Nemesis gem from your father, but not before bearing witness to the birth of the Mist, which was designed as a weapon to enhance Seru for combat purposes. When you find the generator, you are told you need to destroy the source of the Mist, which is called a rogue. A rogue is a rebel Rasuru nestled in the frontier of Sarakai, the origins of the Seru. Did you get all that? Because I still don't. Jumping in the hole now. Ah, this dungeon. It's the worst in the game, and it's not even close. This is from the classic era of primitive game design where escort missions, cheap deaths, and other bullshit gaming conventions still prevailed. And this trope is the teleporter maze. A teleporter maze that fails to mention that when you step on a teleporter, when the ground gets squishy, you go to a different location. Yeah, cool, thanks! You also have to refight some bosses here, because this area is not painful enough without a mini boss rush. You eventually fight Rogue, which is also the worst boss in the game creatively, because it's just a crystal that slaps you really hard. You are rewarded by Noah's parents in the past with the Nemesis Gem, which is needed to proceed to the final generator dungeon. You assure Noah's parents in the present that everything will be over shortly, and head over to finish things off once and for all. Once you breach the walls, you come up to a gigantic pool of mist with a totally not Juggernaut in there in plain view. Well, no fucking shit. Are you blind? And once you reach the end of this area, you'll end up fighting Court, who turns out to be Noah's brother. After another tough fight, the ending animation shows a look of concern on Noah's face. A great touch that most RPGs never bother to add in critical moments like this. Yay, I won and my friends are dead. The final generator is down, and Court falls to his death to never come back again. You're given a very short countdown to escape, but are blocked by a collapse of the entryway. With almost no time left, it's up to the player to use the Door of Light to teleport to the entrance. Which is awesome, considering at least once in RPG history, an in-game item is used appropriately. Fucking Kara and her boyfriend shows up to lighten the mood, I guess. Sorry, but this character sucks in my opinion. She's like a discount Ada Wong to me. That lightened mood is quickly quelled as you arrive back at Castle Conquerum. Well, that fucking sucks. This game plays with certain logics. There was truly a 50-50 chance that her parents were going to be just fine after this generator was destroyed. But the storytellers basically want Noah to lose at every single opportunity, to use that crying texture on her face. Guys, let's throw some rain in there, it's not sad enough! You awaken in Realm Elm to say hello to everyone you've traveled with, catch up, and finally find Noah contemplating her shitty life. Rightfully, as she is incredibly frustrated, sad, and lonely at everyone in her life. Her brother and her parents are both dead, and now her talking arm bracelet is not responding to her. But before any kind of resolve is established, it's time for Sangi to once again rear his dumb fucking face. This time around, he is pulling all the stops, summoning the Juggernaut to the village to conform and make the entire area a bulbous mound of disgusting flesh. He plans for world domination at this point. Something tells me he's not a friend anymore. You were forced to backtrack to Uramais to summon Tieg with the power of pure concentrated power of will. I can't fucking believe I just said that out loud. You need to repair the Genesis tree withering in Naseru's homeworld, the Sarukai. This means it's time for another dungeon. Hooray! I feel that at this point in the game, it may be either myself or the game becoming impatient. The design of this area, although gorgeous for its time, is nothing more than a series of octagonal shapes strung together, with constant random battles to stretch the length of this crawl to insane levels. Anyway, you arrive at the tree, but it's looking rather shit at the moment. When you walk up to it, it's apparent why. Sangi is here sucking it dry. Finally, you have your last confrontation with this asshole, a very difficult one if you haven't been leveling up. Thankfully, Sangi suffers a terrible demise. His Seru separated from his body, and as a result, is literally unmade from existence, but not before suffering excruciating pain. Get PlayStationed, bitch. Unfortunately, there seems to be no way to revive this tree, which powers the entire plot of the game. Without this tree, the Seru, Raseru, Simseru, Seru, and the Ururu Seruru will all cease to exist. And when all hope is nearly lost, we use the power of praying our problems away, which of course works. Harry, the god babies from earlier, show up to explain that although it's a tree's fate to die, they can prolong its life by sacrificing their immortality. Bit of a price to pay, but hey, plot armor, baby. Get it? Plot armor, baby? Plot armor, baby? With your renewed powers, you're able to break the final barrier and enter the Juggernaut directly. This is the last dungeon in the game, and they predictably did not fuck around here. Interestingly, unlike the majority of the chests in the entire Legend of Legaia experience, almost all of these chests carry very important gear to top off everyone. The random battles here are also insufferably difficult. Every enemy is basically a tank, and there are almost always 3 of them to contend with. I am ludicrously overleveled at this point, but a single random battle still takes several minutes to complete, and it takes just this much to get hit with another one. Yeah, bring incense. Bring a lot of incense. Towards the end of this disgusting final dungeon, you will find your friends and family who appear to be conscious enough to motivate the player to continue on. Again, I felt like there's a 50-50 chance with any and all of these characters at this point. Be sure to talk to everyone as they provide some nice items as well. Oh yeah, and to reassure them and stuff. Here we have the actual final confrontation of the game, Court. He's alive? Shocking. This boss is not terribly difficult. He has a consistent pattern once his HP reaches the halfway mark, which is a charge and then a blast. If you can survive this 1-2 punch, you're gold. As far as last battles go, this one is disappointing. I find him to be too large and awkward looking. I do like the mask that he has, as all of your attacks barely make him flinch, so that's kind of a unique element. But man, his HP, dude. Prepare to sink some time into this fight. You say your goodbyes to your talking bracelets. As part of the dying Genesis tree, they use what power they have left to protect everyone and revive the village. For what may be the first time in the entire game, the party gets a full and complete win. I mean, as long as you're not attached to your, god bracelets, but, you know. You're able to say your goodbyes and wrap up your romantic subplots by picking from one of the 4 choices at this moment. Take that, BioWare. This game lets you choose 4 different endings with no real difference. And a real nice touch of this ending is how Noah snuck out a baby after Juggernaut died, who is clearly her brother reincarnated. Finally, Noah gets a win for one. What can I say about Legend of Legaia that some 5-hour retrospective probably has been done already? I love this game despite some of its more glaring flaws. The ceaseless random battles that went on way too long every time. Some of the writing is downright cringe. Be that or the translation, in either case, some lines are just ignore that part, okay? But the truly bizarre atmosphere, one where the vibrant colors, whimsical, super deformed character designs, and beautiful backgrounds are met with tragedy, violence, and body horror. A battle system that, no matter how frustrating it became, maintained its satisfaction for 60 to 80 hours due to the sheer brutality of the attacks and adorable Japanese pronunciations. A game design that rewards players with actually speaking with NPCs. The dialogue is both relevant while still feeling natural. And a plot that is certainly one of a kind, despite having the many JRPG tropes that are attached to it. The graphics were excellent for the time. What sets this title apart from the competing RPGs visually is the maximum use of resources in virtually every scene. You would think the game is locked at 12 to 15 FPS, but the game engine is simply maxed out most of the time with full 3D environments, and a strangely beautiful skyline that foregoes a typical skybox method, where a generic sky is drawn off-screen and is essentially green-screened in, creating a sense of depth that is very unique to Legend of Legaia. I assume today's viewers would only see a polygonal sky with visible seams, and that's fine. What I see is an attempt to create maximum viewer depth with very limited draw distance. The most memorable feature of this game for me, and likely many others, is its soundtrack. Composed by Michiru Oshima, an amazing, award-winning talent that has scored dozens of games and films, and is also soon to be single because her husband's brakes may be cut for some reason. I figuratively and literally suck balls at describing music, particularly the instruments involved. I dare not to try to convey what makes these tracks so excellent, lest I sound like a pompous ass that describes wine poorly. Clearly, it has hints of apple cider and cinnamon. Yeah, it's fucking box wine, okay? Budget-wise, it could never compete with Final Fantasy VII and VIII, but still manages to pass the test of time for telling an engaging and frequently memorable story overall. 2 out of 10. Just kidding. While Legend of Legaia is certainly not for everyone, or even a significant fraction of the population, it had a significant effect on me, and I don't feel like I'm alone there. Thank you for watching. This one was biting off more than I can chew, but I feel like it was worth choking on. Oh man, I should really delete that last line. Oops! Enchanted Arms is a JRPG for the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 in 2006. Don't worry, this is still a retro review, since 2006 was, as of this writing, 18 goddamn years ago. Published by Ubisoft and developed by From Software? I think it's a safe bet that you don't need an introduction to From Software, but I'm going to do it anyway. It's one of the most prolific game developers in existence, having a massive array of game genres under their belt from over the years, unwavering and nearly completely unapologetic in their game vision. Having been a huge fan of most of their series over several decades, Kingsfield, Armored Core, Dark Souls on the 360 being my favorite game of all time, by the way, if you care to know that. I was surprised to be reminded that this thing I guess it's a turn-based JRPG, is a From Software product. I played this about halfway through back in 2006, having a single driving point wanting me to continue to press through blatantly unacceptable levels of random battles, generic character interactions, and a lifeless world. Somehow I pressed on. Well, until I stopped. It is incredibly rare for me to stop a game halfway through. I want to see stories, no matter how contrived and generic, to the end. But at the time, I had this game on GameFly, so many better games were on the horizon for me to plow through. And either you have no clue what GameFly is, or you just got a huge hit of that sweet, sweet nostalgia. But anyhow, I tossed this game back in the envelope and mostly forgot about my experience. But it never left me. I'm trying to make sense of this story. You see, Enchanted Arms might be a terrible game on just about every metric, but for some reason, this game stuck with me for going on my 20 years after my half-assed playthrough. There are two main reasons for this. One, there is a reductively stereotypical gay main character introduced early on in the story by the name Makoto. He's like really gay, more than I think most actual gay men would like to be portrayed in any medium.
The special Makoto love omelet accompanied with the pinkest of pickles. Not to mention the raspberry pecan chocolate chip cheesecake for dessert. I didn't go to all that trouble for you to stuff your piggy face.
But I'm just guessing here. Gay men, hit me up in my DMs, in the comments, whether or not this guy is offensive. So anyway, Makoto goes missing early on in the story, and is presumed dead. But there is a mysterious, very straight-looking man in glasses that is totally not Makoto that makes several appearances throughout the game. And our brain-dead protagonists are completely oblivious to who this mystery man is. Like, I know it's actually Makoto, but I never got to the point where the game makes it official. So this unverified fact bored itself into my brain for 14 or so years. Occasionally, usually during a dinner date while trying to learn about what her interests are, popping into my consciousness is that mystery man's fabulous sunglasses, and in fact I still haven't verified 100% that that's totally Makoto. The other reason that this game stuck with me is that I've always had an interest in a let's play of this game, in where I tallied the number of times the game refers to the main protagonist's right arm, as if it felt like over 50 times by the time I quit. More on that in a second. For now, let's dive into the Enchanted Arms experience in the form of one of the longest Let's Plays on YouTube record, I am guessing. You start things off with a full battle that is actually a dream sequence. Our hero Atsuma is asleep at his desk with his two friends, Makoto and Toya, being disappointed in his youthful laziness in his studies. Efficiently, Professor Kao is explaining the lore of the game in a matter of seconds. To save you even this much exposition, the world is modernized by artificial beings called golems. They act as butlers, laborers, and the ilk to service humans in everyday life. This is demonstrated at the festival in our starting city, Yokohama. Here we get acquainted with some of the worst third-person cameras to ever exist, with an inexplicable need to reorient behind the player at all times. It's hard to describe, but trust me, you'll hate it. But I'm off track here. You see the sights and sounds for a short time before meeting one of your soon-to-be compatriots of the game, Yuki. Yuki is a screechy, incredibly annoying, ambiguously aged female that boasts about the value of money more than anything in the world. After a brief confrontation, things turn south as the golems suddenly go berserk and a strange snowfall befalls the city, making the average Joe comatose. Atsuma decides that they need to go back to the university for a tutorial dungeon romp, where we learn how a ladder works. You also need to destroy a boss at the end, showing some of the early signs that this game doesn't necessarily fuck around when it comes to fights. Once you've cleared up that mess, Toya 1v1s the main antagonist of the game, the Ice Queen. Atsuma, being as useful as tits on a bowl, gets shielded by Toya, costing the fight. The Ice Queen then abducts Toya for her own ambitions and causes Atsuma to unleash the power of his right arm upon her. He regained the understanding that his arm has properties that negate the Devil Golem's regenerative capabilities, but predictably, isn't enough to finish her off. After she vamooses, her parting gift is obliterating the entire city of Yokohama in a rather excellent cutscene, showcasing the Ice Queen's raw power. She apparently looks completely different in the eyes of the CG team, but you know, back then those teams didn't necessarily like each other very much. After another dream sequence, Atsuma awakens in a jail cell, as he apparently blacked out and roughed up a bunch of people in a blind rage. We are then introduced to two of the remaining characters of the game, Kareen and Rygar. Kareen introduces herself as an entitled bitch of a human being who is in fact a literal princess, and Rygar, a mysterious bodyguard with a very unsettling gaze. You break out of jail for the first official dungeon romp, showcasing some of the first of many issues this game has going forward. See, up to this point, while the game is certainly not perfect by any account, there is a clear effort put into the cutscenes, and proper enough introductions to everyone are made. However, that mask of effort is off now. The graphics in the far majority of this game consists of roughly textured mapped floors and walls, and empty, lifeless environments consisting of treasure chests that almost always have TB, the game's currency, in set amounts. An early mental game I developed to keep my sanity was predicting what the exact amount of TB was in each chest. After you escape the dungeon to the ruins of London City, no relation to London City, Atsuma is understandably frustrated at the lack of knowledge of where his friends went after the explosion, so he makes a deal with Kareen and Rygar to assist him for recompense later on. To make it back to Yokohama requires an incredibly lengthy tread through a plains, a forest, and a painful retread to a frozen Yokohama. You find your dog, Koto, briefly leading you on. As predicted, the length of this particular tread is amplified by the frequency of random battles, a staple of RPG horseshit designed to pad out gameplay. The dynamics of this is interesting. The entire battle system, since your party starts off each battle at full health under normal circumstances, prevents the need to heal between fights, which is welcome. It also touts having a fast forward button during the fights, which speeds up the process of each random battle. Depending on how much punishment your characters take during a fight, you lose a certain amount of vitality points, which dictates whether or not each fighter starts with full health and energy points, or a single digit of both. Fighting normal random battles will generally result in a small loss of VP, but the trick being, running away from battles while selecting escape is always a guarantee. You will lose a considerable amount of VP as punishment for wanting to play the game sooner. You catch up with the dog, Koto, who's dead as shit, and the evil-looking professor from earlier, shockingly, turns out to be evil. You meet up with him, Toya, and the Ice Queen for a mouth-off, where Toya claims he enjoys being the Magicore, aka fuel, for the Queen of Ice, much to Atsuma's dismay. The first hard-ass boss battle commences afterwards, requiring a considerable amount of strategy to take down. While I am slowly but surely shitting all over this game, I cannot deny that the battle system of this game is easily its saving grace. While it appears to be very simple at a glance, the dynamics of the grid-based system are used to great effect. Also, many bosses are weak to having their energy points drained, nullifying the majority of their attacks when depleted. This is the only way I was able to beat Professor Asshat here. After a 7-minute long battle, we witness our first betrayal of the game.
Now kill him! Queen of Ice!
No!
Oh no! You killed the bad guy.
Actually, I believe it's your time to die, insect.
Atsuma is upset at the accusations that his arm essentially makes him a weapon, and he's not human, while Kareen does the worst job in the world at being an empath.
Not human, am I? I'm a weapon. A golem.
You're an idiot, certainly. I don't know about you, but I've never seen a golem cry. We're leaving.
The party returns to London City to reach the resistance group that is trying to resist the local kingdom, and for whatever reason, needs to cut directly through the castle to do so. But prior to that, we need to duck away from Uka, Rygar's estranged brother. After a slog through a cave system, we arrive at the resistance hideout, where we are introduced to a generic resistance leader, and this weirdo called the Giggling Man that totally isn't going to turn on everybody. This area also introduces one of the other painful mechanics of the game, where your party is automatically disbanded and Atsuma is struck with a task of wandering aimlessly to try to get the game to progress again. Finally, you get the meeting underway, and at nighttime you meet up with Yuki, where she fights Atsuma to get him to snap out of his funk. I give this game a lot of shit. The plot of this game is so strangely constructed at times, with areas and events duct taped together to resemble things occurring. But one thing that keeps this game going is the actual interaction between the characters. In my obscenely cynical frame of mind, I found myself defending Atsuma openly when his character is being ridiculed for no reason by Karine, and actually starts to feel bad for the dumb shit during this conversation. The voice acting in this game is actually quite great, despite giving a ludicrous plot and situations that are simply stupid on canvas.
Yes, you're right. I had a friend who used to say the same thing about me, you know.
A friend?
Can I ask you something? If countless people have been hurt by a stupid thing you've done, what would you do?
I just wouldn't think about it.
You wouldn't? Think about it? But that's not possible.
These characters manage to keep the game from truly falling apart, since you start to feel for them during some of the longer interactions. After Atsuma beats the shit out of Yuki, they discover scouts outside the hideout. After a quick shellacking, they return to tell the others. Karine steps up and gives a speech to the resistance to fight back, which motivates the crowd of duplicate people to stand their ground.
What's going on? Surrounded? What do you mean?
Well-bred lady.
What should we do?
We've been betrayed! We must have been! How else could the location of this place get out?
So I froze on this frame for a bit. It's obvious that the developers reuse character models over and over. But do you think for a second that maybe, just maybe, you could try a bit harder in this spot to differentiate some of these people? This is what I mean when I say this game is very hard to take seriously at times.
All of us in the Resistance will suffer the highest penalty if we're caught. That would mean execution. If we cannot escape, then we must fight! Steel yourselves for battle! Fight? We're looking at execution.
Steal ourselves, she says.
Rygar is imprisoned on the suspicions of being the mole. While he waits in his cell, you need to wander even more in the hopes of moving things along. Karine is captured by the douche canoe by the name of Uka. At the same time, Rygar is given a letter from our handsome man.
You again? What are you doing here?
Helping you out, of course. I found something that might be of interest in your leader's room. I thought you might like it. Here you go.
Using this information, Rygar decides to clear the air by smashing through the walls and displaying the letter, showing the mole to be the resistance leader all along. Once he's cleared, the party gives some exposition on the way to save Karine from the clutches of her captor, but before they can reach her, the party needs to confront the Giggling Man, which is one of my favorite confrontations in the game.
That laugh!
It's the Giggling Man!
I have a name, you know. You'll pay for mocking me. Listen up. My name is...
I know! Giggling Man!
You insolent fool! That's not it! My name is...
Shut up! You're the Giggling Man!
Yeah, that's a good name. It describes your attributes perfectly.
No, listen. My name...
Shut it! Start the fight already!
Once you arrive at Uka and Karine, Uka spills out some of his insanely pitiful motivations for hating on his brother so much, prior to a really lengthy and unbalanced boss fight.
Your superiority complex sickens me. I hate you for that. I'll burn myself into your conscience, you'll see. I won't die before I do that. Next time we fight, I'll kill you.
After all this happens, the Queen of Ice and Toya arrive for further antagonization of the group. The Queen wants the Emperor of Fire to be revived, and is blackmailing the group to do so. Apparently, since the group is carrying the magic core needed to revive it. Once we finally backtrack to London City Castle, Uka and Rygar confront each other once more, where we witness patricide.
You leave me no choice.
My lady!
Yes, finally. Why?
Rygar, come on.
Kareen?
Hey, that's a little cold, isn't it? He just killed his brother.
Quiet!
What?
Rygar, staying here, regretting this, would be to disgrace Oga's death.
Shut the fuck up.
Kareen wastes zero, and I mean zero time, being an absolute bitch by not allowing Rygar a moment of reflection on murdering his own flesh and blood. Upon reaching the top, you are assisted by the handsome man, who I must remind you that Atsuma has no clue on who this guy could be. Kareen has a flashback of her father taking a huge expositional dump. Let's listen in.
Listen to me, Kareen. We of royal blood must never enter the loyal chamber ahead. Never.
Father? Why are royals not allowed inside? It should be the other way around.
No, Kareen. It should not. So long as they do not hold the magic ore, anyone else may enter, because they would be unable to revive the Devil Golem. But we, descendants of the ancient royal line, are different, because our bodies can become a magicore for a Devil Golem.
I could be a magicore? But what about the magicore we already have?
Well, we may call it a magicore, but really it's a replica at best. Created so that a Devil Golem can be operated without sacrificing human life.
So, what's the difference between using a replica and a human?
In ancient times, a human magicore was able to exert some control over the golem. But time has passed, and royal blood grows thin. I doubt the same could be said now.
Thanks, Pops. You did a better job explaining the lore of Magicore than I ever could. Kareen, desperate for revenge of losing her father to the Ice Queen, offers herself as human fuel to revive the Emperor of Fire. This sparks a Godzilla battle between fire and ice, to which apparently Ice wins. Atsuma and co. then grind for 2 hours to be able to beat the ensuing boss battle, and Atsuma then absorbs the power of the Magicore, rendering the Devil Golem idle once more. He also does a sweet dive to save Kareen, totally not shattering the laws of physics to do so. Now that things have settled down, you're tasked with a fetch questing to rebuild London City before the decision is made for the party to make their way to Kyoto City in an attempt to reach that city's Devil Golem before the Queen of Ice does, despite the fact that the Queen of Ice can fly, but you know, whatever. But to do this will require a treacherous hike that has random battles cranked up to 11, making a run that would take minutes to do now take hours. Once we finally arrive at Junk City, it does not take long for Yuki's backstory to emerge. Apparently her brother had died nearby, who also happens to have a near-identical resemblance to Atsuma. Yuki is captured by the local rich fuck, who accuses her of stealing a magical flute. You need to prove her innocence by fetch questing information, starting with digging through her belongings.
Look at the chest, open it up. What? No!
You find out that Yuki actually did steal it, but decide that the dude is an asshole and you beat him down anyway. After you confront this sphinx, you finally get to leave Busywork City and cross the desert.
Look, there!
Here I took off for, 5 months on my Let's Play. The pure depravity of the preceding sequence of talking to random characters in a lifeless environment for a character that I really don't give a shit about really took a toll on my soul. You find a samurai in distress just after crossing the desert. The group goes to aid her, with Rygar hesitating. When they're disposed of, we learn that the woman is Rygar's arranged fiancée. After a lengthy exchange, she agrees to help the group teach Atsuma a secret art that is continuously mentioned that is supposed to help him gain control of his right arm. After crossing the lake, you reach Kyoto, a quaint little samurai village with one of the worst music tracks in the game, and also yet more backstory for one of our characters. Thankfully, it's Rygar's backstory, so this becomes much more digestible. Rygar's the fucking man, whereas Yuki reminds me of what a baked potato would sound like if it had a voice. You are trying to gain passage, but the village elder does not remotely approve, as he hates Rygar with a passion. He is, after all, Sayaka's father. They don't dive into why, but that's because stories are more interesting when they take their time explaining the most basic shit that could have easily have been explained already. Mystery. The party needs to get to the aesthetic court, but to gain access to this area requires a key given by the Emperor of Kyoto. This bulbous, cartoonish asshat of a character. He is distracted by the request to allow the party through, as this antagonist reminds him later on that the Temple of Earth is nearby. Thankfully, Karine is abducted by ninjas after retrieving the key, causing an hour-long trek to save her. Once they reconvene, the party bluntly accuses the Emperor of causing the mess to begin with.
Lady Karine was just abducted here in Kyoto City. Luckily, those with her were able to rescue her safely, as you can see.
Then that settles that!
One might think so, my lord. But the kidnappers were a troop of ninja, led by Oboro. I am sure this is simply Oboro acting alone, but...
It was actually under your orders, right? You old goat?
What?
You're up to something. Definitely.
Causing him to verbally bit-slap his aide and banishing her to the village. The party is informed by Sayaka that she will cut down the party if they attempt to force their way to the aesthetic court. But after a beatdown, physically, and then with Rygar throwing down words like a fucking boss, we finally can cross over towards the actual plot progression.
Why do you not try to show him the error of his ways? Is it your vow to simply obey your lord's every wish? We are going through. If you wish to kill us, then keep your vow and do so. My lady, let us go. Yes.
Then, I'm sorry, Sayaka.
Finally, we can get back to some good old-fashioned agony, walking no more than 20 feet between each random battle, cutting as many corners as possible to avoid any unnecessary steps, and questioning your life decisions. Oh, and there's a ladder or two. And these things. The devs were very, very proud of this animation, methinks. Finally, they arrive at the monk, and I have to give this game credit. I was not expecting this.
Maybe this aesthetic monk is a bit of a sociopath. So he ran off?
Yo, yo, yo.
Oh, this game never fails to disappoint me.
I'm pleased I took the time to spy on you. Sounds like you jumped to conclusions.
Atsuma describes the situation to the monk, and also gives another speech to the importance of teamwork. They proceed to the Earth Temple. After dispatching this mini-boss, Atsuma and Rygar step up to the altar to discuss how to pick up a thing for about 2 minutes, before Atsuma's right arm decides to do a thing.
Here it comes!
Atsuma!
This might be bad.
Also, I mute this section due to the absolutely horrific tinnitus sound that the developers put in here when Atsuma works out his issues. Once they get back to the monk, Atsuma learns the power of Gaia, which was apparently inside him the whole time. Or actually, he teaches it to him? I don't know. It's very confusing.
9? Well, you were lucky enough to survive. That's all that matters.
So Atsuma has learned the secret art?
Yeah, I guess so.
You guess so? Is that the best you've got?
He doesn't look any different, does he? I know how hard it was on you, Atsuma, but maybe it was meaningless.
No, it can't be.
Ah, come on. You're not gonna make me say it again, are you?
Don't be bound by common sense.
That's right. The secret art lies inside. You can't see it with the naked eye.
Really?
You don't trust me? I guess I have to make this super simple for you then, don't I? Okay? How about this?
Returning to the village, Oboro is burning down the house, claiming it's the orders of the Emperor. After slapping him down once again, the party then backtracks to the temple to confront Tokimone, the Emperor. Now we have a Power Ranger-esque battle with Toki and his creepy-looking dolls. Oboro helps him escape, only to cut him down in a cave to steal the magic core that is revealed to be inside the annoying fuck.
Die.
Why? What have you done to me?
I have cut you down. Do you not get it, you imbecile?
What? What is all this red? I'm so hot. Or is this pain? I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die.
Huh? With the magicore of a devil golem, my clan will be safe. You are no longer of any use.
I don't want...
Squeal like the pig you are as you die.
Jeez, that's actually pretty dark. But my empathy died long ago, so yay! Also, Oboro meets his end right afterwards.
If you give me what I want, then it's yours. I don't care even if you are a devil golem.
Oh, really? Then maybe I'll just take it. And your reward. Let's see. How about the honor of being killed by a devil golem?
What?
Yay! After catching up with the Lord of Earth, we take a 20-minute long battle to fuck him up. Well, 20 minutes after grinding for hours to make this fight bearable again, and Natsuma uses his newfound ability to use his right arm to absorb this devil golem, for reasons. The party wraps things up at the village for like 30 minutes of dialogue that I'm cutting out for brevity, and the compass of plot progression now points to the north at the Sage's Tower. But Rygar is alluding to an issue, but Kareen is following the typical plot logic of interrupting before we find out what that issue is. Once we backtrack even more back to the path to the Sage's Tower, we are told the path is impeded by a pile of junk. To remove the junk, we need to backtrack even more to talk to a kid, who immediately removes the junk, and we are automatically teleported back to the junk pile. I tell you, the means of progression in this game is baffling at times. Anyway, see that on the bottom right corner? Yeah, that's the zero encounter skill I added via the casino while off camera. As much as I occasionally despise this game, this is a beautiful thing indeed. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Why these developers never thought outside the box with random battles will haunt me forever. They put in a fast forward button for all of their fights. You'd think that you would have this kind of mindset. You'd look into why you think you have a need for a fast forward button. Anyway, we arrive at Sage's Tower, which is essentially the last dungeon of the game. Here, in my opinion, the developers gave up on all creativity and just made a giant square and said have fun. It's utterly devoid of life, or anything interesting, save for a rudimentary push block puzzle.
You can't be fucking serious. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. Oh my god. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
We finally reach the Sage, whom Rygar was an apprentice under at some point. The meeting goes, as per usual, totally weird.
What?
I'm telling you, I have no apprentice by that name!
But...
Get out of here! Huh? I'm telling you to get out of my sight! Ah! Vamoose!
She scolds the group so loudly that they all run away in fear, to which they immediately return to chat with her. She then immediately reaccepts the group. It's a weird exchange. Approximately 45% more weird than usual up to this point. Once the fadeaway to explain the plot occurs, the Sage explains that Boy Toya is mostly emerged with the Queen of Ice, and the only way to save him is to disable the regeneration process using... It's time to play Guess What Limb is Needed. Left leg, right leg, forehead, left arm, right arm, buttocks.
It's the right arm? No fucking way, baby! Woo!
Queen Bitch arrives once more to taunt everyone and invite the group to her domain. I'm sure there's nothing insidious going on with that invitation. Toya once again beckons Atsuma that he should kill him, which at this point reminds me a lot of Tiny Rick singing the song about letting him out of the vat in the garage. Boy, that reference is going to go over some heads. The queen drops the boss in front of you to test your skills, claiming she's checking in on the progress of Atsuma's arm, to which the group doesn't even stop to consider why she would even talk like that. She then vanishes, and the group discusses the plan going forward.
This girl was saved from the Emperor of Fire is because there were 2 Magicors.
2 Magicors? Because both the broken Magicor and Lady Corinne herself were inside the Emperor. But how did that make a difference?
This is only a theory, but a disruptive reaction between 2 Magicors could cause a Devil Golem to reject the bond that would normally occur, obstructing any kind of fusion.
I see. So that would have prevented Lady Corinne from becoming part of the Emperor. Thus, she was saved when he was absorbed.
Correct.
I see.
Hey.
What now?
Did you really understand all that?
Of course.
Well then, based on what we just said, how do you think Toya could be saved from the Queen of Ice?
Okay.
Yeah, this was me, and I just guessed. The group then reaches the final village in the game, operated by a portal that just teleports you to it, because half-assed. This area also teleports you to the other areas of the game as sort of a hub. You need to rescue the village elder from certain doom in order to gain the key to progress, and then have a battle with the mysterious, totally not Makoto and Sunglasses character, in which I can only describe as utter horseshit, since he one-shots Atsuma with this attack unless you were heavily leveled up at this point, with no apparent reasoning why the difficulty needed to spike up so much. Oh, that's right, it's From Software. After another hour or so of leveling up, I can finally bitch slap this fabulous man, and he agrees to give up the Queen's Magic Core, which is solely needed for victory. The group uses the key to open this giant gate to the Queen's castle, leading to a lengthy waltz to a series of final confrontations. As I've mentioned repeatedly, this is a product of From Software, which is obviously known for their unique take on certain aspects of whatever game genre they take on. But up to this point, I honestly did not find this game particularly From-like, with some kind of over-the-top nonsense that, say, the latest Armored Core game put on display, with a tutorial boss so difficult that it caused thousands of refunds from little bitches that can't take a little challenge. Sorry, that was my inner ableist coming out. Where was I? Yeah, so nothing really screamed, what the hell, until now. This game ends things with a boss battle with a few phases. But let's get to that in a second, shall we? First, we need to fight Toya.
Atsuma, I knew you would come.
Toya!
So, are you prepared to kill me?
Never!
I see. As always, you just don't get it, do you? Then I'll have to force you to break me. I am prepared to die. Let me show you.
Wow, this fight was very long and very difficult. You expected me to say very hard? What's wrong with you?
Why? Why, Atsuma?
Toya!
This is our only chance. You have a duty to destroy me. Why won't you kill me? Do it! If I die, if the Queen of Ice's magic core is destroyed, then everyone can be happy.
Toya, why did you try to trick me into killing you?
I wanted to free you from guilt. Now, quickly, do it!
Toya! That laugh!
And now the final confrontation begins.
Well, I've been waiting for you, children.
Give Toya back!
Oh, my. A little intensity can be attractive. But if you're not careful, you'll end up like him.
What?
Atsuma, look!
Yeah, there's a corpse in front of you.
The handsome guy! He's been wasted!
Is he dead?
All to buy Toya some time to talk to you. Look where it got him. You humans really are pitiful.
God damn, that queen is hot. Where was I? Yeah, here's the final boss battle with the queen. We get to not only fight the queen, but 3 underlings that continuously smack up the group and perpetually heal the queen. It's maddeningly difficult and requires a very well-equipped party. Eventually, we proceed to defeat her. Hey, I'll take a break when I feel like it, Xbox. But wait, we're not done yet. Time for the final confrontation. While this is a simpler fight technically, it takes upwards of 20 minutes of inputs before you can take her down, due to the healing mechanics on display.
I am the Queen of Ice. I am a god. This is not enough to kill me.
Her body, it's regenerating.
If you want to destroy me, I see. Use your arm.
What? Makato?
What? What are you doing, you dimwit? Don't you need to do something with that magic core? Quickly!
Oh my god. The mysterious character that has the voice and likeness of Makoto is in fact Makoto. I have been waiting 18 years to verify what I already knew. Finally, she is defeated. No, really, that's the last of the queen.
We did it! We defeated the Queen of Ice!
Atsuma! All right!
Great! So this is like a big happy ending, right?
Indeed. We saved Toya and defeated the Queen of Ice.
But... Makoto!
Of course. The handsome guy.
Yeah! He's... Makoto! We just got you back! Why did you have to die, Makoto?
I'm not dead.
Huh?
Do you think I'd go off and die, leaving Toya behind with you? You really are as slow as ever.
Shut up!
What was that?
Did you see what I just did? Did you? And why are you dressed like that anyway? Isn't it against your cross-dressing code to dress so macho?
Why, you little... Just shut up! A lady should be refined and gentle. That's my motto. It'd be far too embarrassing for a lady to do all the things I did.
What? That's the reason you concealed your identity?
Yes. You have a problem with that? It's pretty straightforward, really.
I hate to interrupt, but...
What is it? Well, hello there. You're quite a strapping man, aren't you?
Alright. A few things here. Are you telling me that you haven't seen Rygar yet?
You again. What are you doing here?
Helping you out, of course.
Does that reasoning explain any and all motivations to conceal your identity? Atsuma awakens below, giving us a beautiful, merciful opportunity to save the goddamn game.
My arm! My arm!
For reference, I count this as 2 ticks of mentioning the arm. Does that count for 2? Please let me know.
No, Atsuma used his arm to absorb the queen. Which means that infinity. This is bad. I've got to find Atsuma. What was that? It came from over there. Oh no! Atsuma! No! He's already being absorbed by infinity. Atsuma, wake up!
Oh man, the design of this is bad enough, but couldn't you do anything better with that pitch shift? I literally can do better right now.
See? Alright, time for the final confrontation.
This final confrontation is simple enough, as you play as Toya and Makoto in what is basically scripted. They free Atsuma from the grips of infinity after a remember who you are bit, and everything is better, except now we need to do the final confrontation, baby. Do you want to know why this ultimate being is called Infinity? Because you'll feel like infinity time has gone by the time you finish this final confrontation. You need to destroy these elementals in a specific number of turns, or they disappear and reappear on separate turns with full health. It's really, really annoying. I had to redo this fight by turn 30 until I understood the mechanics. And finally, we have vanquished this asshole. Just kidding. Time for the final confrontation, baby. Let's go. The final confrontation causes characters to get stuck to the ground due to the gravity disability if you don't have the negation set in your skill tree. And since you need to move around to avoid his nasty ass swipes, I'd advise you to do better than I did. At long last, we take this bastard down. Just in time for Atsuma to use his arm to absorb the being. Just kidding. Time for the final confrontation, motherfuckers. This shit never ends. This phase is more of a directional challenge and to see if you have any healing consumables left in your inventory. I think it's the easiest phase of the last 2 or 3. I can't remember anymore. You take this one down and finally, no joke, actually beat this fucking thing, at least on paper.
So, now we've killed him, right?
This isn't working, Atsuma. He's just going to recover again.
Damn! What should we do?
Use your arm!
I had it on mute, but Jesus fucking Christ. What a plot twist. Use your arm.
I never, ever would have guessed that this was the solution to our dilemma. Time for the final confrontation. Yeah, I mean, actually, for real. I'm seriously not joking again. How could I be? You trust me, don't you? Don't you trust me? After picking this one option, you will finally clear the boss out of Phase 7.
Everyone, lend me your strength!
Go, Atsuma!
Yeah, get him!
I'm with you, Atsuma. Don't forget me.
Ooh, ventriloquist, eh?
And I'll help too!
Shut up! Humans change. I mean, it's been 1,000 years. You've lost. You hear me? Lost because you haven't changed at all.
Atsuma vaporizes the bastard with the power of woke. The game's epilogue ends with a heartwarming reunion with the cast of characters, and whatever this is.
Toya!
And if I remember correctly, tonight was going to be a very special night for me and you, Toya. Our promised kiss.
What are you talking about? Makoto!
Today is a special day indeed. I say go for it, Makoto.
Well... Atsuma!
Oh, Toya. I love you, baby.
No! Yuck!
Nothing beats assault to wrap up your adventure. Wow, what an adventure this game was. It's a hard thing to describe. Having one of the strangest combinations of features in a JRPG. A lifeless, haphazardly designed world mixed in with a generic style talkie device. set to an incredibly trite plot filled with nonsensical plot devices, insidiously frequent random battles to pad out a runtime that would otherwise be filled within hours. You would think that this is the worst experience ever, but it isn't. Something about these characters grabbed my attention and kept me just within arm's reach. Get it? Arm's reach? Anyway, I can't deny that Atsuma's youthful energy, Karin's eventual coming down to earth, and Rygar's bluntness didn't manage to capture unique dynamics that kept me interested in what came next. I didn't mention Yuki because she sucks balls. Also, the battle system is excellent, and I wish the game managed to be better elsewhere to warrant the actual wanting to play this game all the way through. The grid system is deceptively complex, with most of the bosses doing a fantastic job changing up your playstyle to meet the next challenge. It's just too bad when the fight is over, we are put back on this flat, lifeless canvas to pretend what's happening is happening. So much of this game requires your imagination to fill in the blanks, things like, there he goes, and look who's here, instead of even the most basic animations on screen to illustrate what's happening. The more you look, the more you notice how cheaply so many of the set pieces are. Even for 2006, this game's hideously designed graphically, with the majority of OG Xbox showcasing superior visuals. Many of the textures are repeated over so many objects that were also the work of brushwork, giving an uncanny look that almost, and I mean almost, makes the game look unique in its own way. But no, it's fugly, and the before-mentioned characters deserved a better environment to thrive in. The plot is also drivel, with nearly zero redeeming qualities. The idea that golems would turn against their masters is so out of date, I don't even remember if it was ever in date. Yes, I'm quoting the AVGN. There are some outlines of a good plot here, but it is broken down by the game design that prohibits any kind of grandiose interaction with anything resembling a meaningful world. It's yet another JRPG with a hallway design, a disturbing trend that continues to ruin what makes RPGs good for decades now, into today's crap. The need to discuss the protagonist's right arm, as I might have mentioned, 172 times? Is that what we landed on? It seems like a bit excessive, but I was thinking it was the fault of the translation. But then again, I think the localization was actually pretty good, since I had quite a few moments in the game where I enjoyed the conversations, so what the fuck? Why was it so important to mention the arm so many times? Who knows? Would I recommend this game? Absolutely not. Watch a Let's Play that isn't mine, with most of the battles cut out, and enjoy some of the banter, if you want more of these characters.
I'm going.
What are you gonna say?
Kill!
They really put the word kill in its own text box that I have to cycle through. You.
No!
But I, for one, needed closure on this weird chapter in my life. And now I've verified both the counter of how many times the game mentions Atsuma's right arm, along with the whereabouts of Makoto. I can finally rest my right arm. Thank you for watching my video. Here is the list of new public subscribers. Not a lot this week, or month, whatever. How long's it been? I don't even know anymore. Michael Tuma, Carl Tafoya, Artman XP, Yagneld Clickstrobe. Man, you guys give me some challenges. Tyler's Prophecy, Luca Guarayanto, Mark Silent, Mad Maniac Matt, Animist Dialect. Thank you all for making it this far. I will be going back to a little bit more of a retro style. I really wanted to get this one out of the way because, well, honestly, 3 years for a Let's Play I think is pretty unacceptable. By the way, do not watch that playlist. I should probably just delete it. It's really unwatchable. I mean, I seriously mean that. But I was happy to extrapolate some of it and, yeah, regale my stories. Anywho, thanks again, and we'll see you next time.
We can all become a little happier tomorrow.
Ancient Roman Power the Dark Side is a JRPG released in 1998 by Nihon Systems in Japan. It's apparently built up a notoriety over the years as being one of the worst RPGs of all time, and as the summer of 2024 was announced to be the next in a long line of translated games. The version I have is modded from the original disc, allowing me to fully soak in a game that I promise you I have no fucking clue what the story is. This makes the experience so much better not knowing what to expect, but seeing a bit of footage along with the opening Faceplosion was more than enough to get me intrigued. Going into this game, I was armed with a few facts off of a Reddit post. A. The game is ridiculously easy, especially when armed with certain spells and weapons. B. The game spans 8 to 12 hours, but will feel like a lifetime. While I did not cheat via leveling or any other means, I do fast forward through the incessant loading for the sake of my sanity. If you think that's cheating, well, so be it. I guess having more life after playing this game is cheating then. So what happens when you try to compete with an upcoming PlayStation game that is set to rock the RPG world with stunning graphics, beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds, and memorable characters from a long-running, beloved franchise, while having zero talent, money, or time to make that happen? What happens if you make a full-fledged soundtrack in MIDI and convert the entire thing into the wrong key? Well, I didn't know either until I caught wind of this impressively terrible masterpiece. In the words of the incredibly awesome internet person whom finished translating this infamous title into English early this year, back in around 2015, I was looking for Japan-only games to translate for YouTube. I found Ancient Roman on a website with only a single comment saying something to the effect of, "Don't play this awful pile of garbage, you're just wasting your time. Go play a good game like Final Fantasy VII instead." Needless to say, I grabbed the game immediately to try out. Normally, Kasuge, awful games, have a couple of things they do well, but fail to really bring it all together. Ancient Roman is one of the few where they just did everything wrong. That's sperm. Our hero is named Kai, which I'm renaming Trev, and I'm calling him Trev for the rest of this review, because I'm role-playing. Trev is awakened by Jonathan, who says the slave drivers of this little village are calling for a meeting. When you find him, he says that everyone gets to take the day off. Sensing that this is super sus, Trev moves the barrel in his house that has been there for the whole time and finds a secret tunnel to the warden's quarters. You then overhear the sinister plot in the form of convenient exposition. He says that they have located the core of Darkside, and Lord Romeus, right hand of the Demon Lord, has filled his duty, and he's way better than that girl would have. Then, as probably a favor from the translator, adds in this line implying the warden is sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Now that the gem is found, the warden is set on murdering everyone in the village. We then take this super convenient info to the nearby people to rally a revolution in an attempt to save everyone. Our two other party members are both introduced and added. Burke, the stereotypical big guy, and Michelia, our stereotypical girl. Together, we shall call ourselves the Generics. A fight scene unravels, and it's here where we unlock random battles for the first time, and... Yes. Yes, look at him go. Whee! You make your way to the watchtower, and the first boss is encountered, if you even want to call him a boss. A quick shellacking later, and we witness the death of Jonathan.
Oh, お前たちは無事だったか。お前たちに言っておくことがある。この指輪を手がかりにメルーの町の長老を訪ねなさい。さあ、行け。
And the party sets their sights on Mel after saying goodbye to John's hump. Moving north, you encounter the first forest area and one of the many stunningly terrible audio tracks in the game. I was all but literally paralyzed by the ineptitude of the choice of instruments, timing, and complete lack of music theory. And dudes and dudettes, I promise you I know next to nothing about any of the above, but I know one thing for sure, that electronic music is not that hard to make. It's hard to make it sound great for sure, but to make a 4/4 beat sound like something legible is something a 5-year-old could seriously do. This is something else, like a person got on the team that was an actual problem, and no one in the office was allowed to talk about it or make any suggestions. There has got to be a story here. On your travels, you might say, you'll run into a corpse from a soldier carrying a locket. It says Michael Roa on the back, so the group decides to carry it in the hopes of delivering the news to his family. I can't wait to see the payoff with this. Once Burke opens the door with his brute strength, you proceed through to the overworld map where we take in yet another fantastic musical number. Next we get to Rune Malna, where Michelia immediately calls out a sense of being watched. The group sleeps in an abandoned house to where a monster is in fact spying on them being asleep, I think. It's not very clear what occurred here, but the monster proves to be sentient and harmless, as it was a former human that suddenly became a monster while living in this town. This triggers a memory in Burke about a disease called People Becoming Monsters Disease. And Boo Ray, the person monster, asks you to visit a magician to the north to ask how his research is going towards finding a cure for
People Becoming Monsters Disease.
Upon asking Boo Ray to accompany the group, he politely declines before one frame dying in front of the group. I think, or maybe it was just Ninja Poof. The party finally rests and makes its way to Lake Mount, where supposedly the magician resides. Here we can access our first shop and buy some shit. In what might be one of the only unique things in this game, I do like this one-off quip regarding some of the items you look over, insinuating that you should buy them. I'm sure it'll get old fast, but you know what? They tried something different, okay? I gotta pick up those crumbs where you can find them. In what I would call a decision, I won't say it's wrong, but it's odd. Okay, actually it's just wrong. The pre-rendered backgrounds have character models in them that are also pre-rendered, causing a level of uncanny that I've yet to fully process. I just don't get why anyone would go through the effort of importing a model like that knowing the end result would look objectively worse, along with being an irreversible decision. If you wanted to reuse this background, it has to include the NPC sitting there with its dead stare. It's just... You're on the hunt for Marl, who apparently headed to Santinus Village due to his hip pain. You encounter a captain of the barracks to Heron Rogue Garrison Regiment No. 1, who recognizes the pendant you picked up earlier. He asks you to deliver it to the innkeepers at Mel, east of Sanita's village. You also confirm that Marl, the magician, indeed headed to Santinus Village. The game is throwing a lot of names around right now, and my brain does not like it. You pick up a quick side quest that nets you a spell Nocturne, which puts enemies to sleep, at least as far as I understand, is the most broken spell in the game, as it works on virtually every enemy, at least according to several comments in a YouTube video, which in my experience is an incredibly accurate source of reliable information. We reach Sanita's village, taking in the sweet sounds of hitting random notes like you were playing whack-a-mole with the various music scales. The town features a stretch of road with a convenient, mega high random battle encounter rate that allows us to grind up for the various shops in town. Once you find the clinic where Marl is, you are turned around to find medicine from the local drunk pharmacist. Deliver the medicine, and then you are forced to sleep at the inn, where another event unfolds, where Burke cooks up mushrooms for the party to eat. I think, and this is hard to discern from the terrible animation and bizarre cuts, that the party gets sick and high from the mushrooms. It's one of the many examples where they tried to be funny, but like most bad comedy, it just hurts. You get the medicine from Marl, who proves to be pretty much useless in your newfound quest to cure
people becoming monsters disease,
but still hands over 3 elemental spells and sparks some interesting conversation. I mean, interesting as far as this game is capable of generating. He asks the hero what his deal is and suggests to give Michelia the boot. Fresh out of Leeds, the team decides to continue onward to Mel. The party finds an elder that introduces Michelia's ring and recalls her last name to be Koer, and says they should visit the nearby house to learn of her parents' apparent existence. Is that a pun? Did I make a pun by accident? Once they leave the house, a tonally deaf conversation occurs that I think implies that our hero wants to part ways with Michelia for her safety, but I can't quite get to what they were going with this. Thankfully, this is soon rectified once we reach the house and Trev, our hero, asks to dump this girl onto a couple that has never met this person before. Burke, after leaving the house, slaps Trev on the face, I think, trying to reason with him on why abandoning the girl is a mean idea. After repeatedly beating the kid up, he asks to think about it in bed. Daybreak arrives, and the family says no dice to taking on Michelia, and the party agrees to keep on pressing onward to New Heron Rogue Castle. What a crazy bunch of trial and tribulations that was. Leaving the village, the party realizes that they are lost. A cutscene occurs where a fairy of the woods pops up, featuring some of the worst tweening of character models that I have ever seen. The fairy introduces herself as Farah, adding to a growing list of incredibly weird names to try and retain. Welcome to the family, Farah. We arrive at New Heron Rogue Castle and are treated to yet another beautifully renditioned track. After visiting yet another slew of shops, including one giving instructions on how to eat men, the party is stopped at the castle gate by the guards. Also, talking to this big black cock enough times warrants a spell that I just spent 3,000 currency on, so that's cool. To get into the castle, Burke screams out his plan to sign up as a guardship, so Trev and Burke can sneak into the castle to meet the sage. Just gotta talk to this guy, who can only assume has had many video essayists commenting on his behavior. I'm not gonna bother with that. I got shit to do, man. Well, Okay, just 1 second of... You sleep at the inn where yet another attempt at a cute cutscene occurs, but like so many bits, just fails to hit the mark. The translator did the best they could to make this a fun cutscene, but the jankness of it all pulls me out. It's like in Enchanted Arms when the devs used 2 of the exact same character model for 2 different dudes. If you can't put in the effort, then why the hell should I put in the effort to care? Morning. Yes, thank you, game. I know what usually follows night, but I'm glad you're keeping things concise for me. The party arrives at 7 a.m. for the test, which apparently is just a series of 1v1 bashings. Burke wins his, and then Trev loses his to an unknown character. He loses his pendant to where this cutscene occurs.
Oi, ちょっと待て。そのペンダントを見せろ。
やだ。これはあの人の大事なものなのに。
いいから見せろ。
後で必ず返してよ。
The plan is a bust, despite not seeing Burke lose his second match, which we are all to leave the castle. But before they can leave, they're summoned to the royal chambers by this angle-running dude. Once we angle walk our way back up to the chamber, it's revealed that Trev's origins are linked to both his dreams and the pendant that he is wearing, and that he is the long-lost prince of the castle. Not taking any time to soak in his newfound nobility, our protagonist wishes to set his journey to find a cure for
people becoming monsters disease.
Sorry, I'm done with that bit. I'm sure it's getting old, but I'm definitely gonna do it one more time. Much to the dismay of the minister,
people becoming monsters disease.
Okay, I can't stop. The sage, not apparently the sage we are looking for, says we need to train at the Sage's Tower to the east, just off of Sage's Road to meet the sage. Why didn't I think of sages? Oh, well, there's Sages Are Us, that's on 3rd. Swing Low of Sweet Sage, that's on 3rd as well. You gotta put your sage there, that's on 3rd. In fact, they're all in the same complex, the Sage's Tower, down on 3rd. Oh, by the Sage's District. Setting off of Sage's Road, you arrive at Sage's Tower, ascending each level to speak to various characters, toning their bodies and minds. You then reach the ugliest room in the history of video games, and speak with the head sage, who sets upon you the trials on Trials Island. For the trials on Trials Island are no easy trial. To reach it, you need to go to the Port of No Return. This shit is just gold. Don't worry, it's just a name. What they actually meant is that the Port of No Return is actually a wharf. The Port of No Return is a particularly jank area, considering you literally only need to walk down 3 feet to initiate a transition back to the map screen, with no cutscene or graphics indicating any kind of vessel to travel on. I, for one, am shocked at the laziness on display here. Once at the trials, you are forced to sleep in a shack before ascending the Tower of Genericness to fight a generic enemy for a generic sword. Then you sleep in the shack to ascend the other Tower of Genericness to fight a generic enemy for a generic rod. Wait, is that? It's an inanimate carbon rod! Once back at the Sage's Tower, you're tasked with a final confrontation to pass your certification of badassery. Beating the mobs is incredibly easy as I ground my characters up to this point, making the fights beyond trivial. But there's certainly a build-up to this fight with the Sage, so who knows? Nope, easy as fuck. Now that we are certified to have passed the trials, we are conveniently summoned back to New Heron Road Castle for unknown reasons. In the royal chambers, it's revealed that the people becoming monsters disease has spread, and the only path forward is the town of Mathis, and that we need to speak to another mage named Leon. Dude, it's nearly 3 decades later, but this plot is literally something that ChatGPT would write as a placeholder for RPG design. And we're off. To say that Ancient Roman gets literally everything wrong is technically incorrect, as the game does reward exploration of random areas, such as the courtyard where you catch the sage eating a strongman. Not enough JRPGs reward the curious mind with random shit, and I do appreciate that they took the time to add sprinkles of this kinds of nonsense. It's too bad it doesn't matter, as this is also clearly the easiest RPG to ever exist, but it's the thought that counts. On your way out, you encounter a man going berserk and need to subdue him, at least in fade-out form. Now that he's escorted, God, that pathfinding, dude. It's time to move on to Mathis Village. Mathis Village starts to show ancient Romans' pattern for the game. Basically, you just go to a town and hunt for NPCs. They tell you to talk to someone else, and the next spot will trigger on the main map. We are here to see the character Leon somewhere in the village. Once you find him, he says he can't do anything to help. Instead, we need to find elves in the woods. As soon as you ask locals about this, they tell you to speak to the woodsman in town. He tells you to wait until later, so you need to speak with the old lady on the other side of town. After learning about pixie sticks, you can finally learn about the whereabouts of where the elves are. The Pixian Forest features yet another music track that almost sounds like an actual tune, but due to a series of sour notes, will instead bore into your skull. The party reaches the majestic tree in the center and opens up a tiny door, and once inside, encounter an elven party that is not happy to see humans. The elf strikes our fairy character by accident and then says they're going to take care of her. This lets us into the city where we meet the Elder to find out more information on the people becoming monsters disease. And the info? He doesn't have a clue. Again. The elven character, Mina, wants to join the party as repayment for nearly murking our pixie. Out of leads for like the 8th time, it's back to New Herrenroad Castle. Reporting the bad news, you say you now want to pursue the Sealed Island, accessible only via ship in the city of Nautilus. But since they are out of boats at the moment, you are instead tasked with rescuing a city south of where we began our journey, since this obviously stretches out our runtime. Before making your way to Burrows May, you can optionally stop by Rune Malna, which is now restored, and Boo Ray let themselves be captured to protect everyone. Are you saying Boo or Boo Ray? Whatever. Time to go for Busywork City, Burrows May. Once in Burrows May, you find a captain nearby, McLeod Etcher. That's his name, McLeod. Oh, it's McLeod? That's no fun. He wants us to help free the city of monsters while the citizens hide in the basement. Fight your way up to the tower, and we meet another character, Serena, who's lying on her ass from this boss monster that our party defeats in one turn. Now that we have stuffed our party with a bunch of characters, we are now randomly curious about Old Herrenroad Castle, which is apparently right down the road.
Right down the road. Can't miss it. Right down the road. Right down the road. Guess we'll see you there. Yep.
Old Herrenroad Castle proves to be an interesting romp. You take a left directly into an actual boss as we have yet another beautiful rendition. Just perfection. The boss actually does damage, so the prospect of actually having a sense of challenge nearly occurred. Fortunately, this was short-lived, like say 3 hits in. Oh well, maybe next fight. This knight proves to be Serena's father, taken over by the disease. After a tearful goodbye, I assume, Trev moves into the other room to find his dead mother laying on the ground. This unlocks a memory, I'm sure, and a series of sentimental garbage is unloading into my eyeballs as I desperately try to connect to any of the characters on screen. Wrapping things up, we part ways with McLeod, who took all of the goddamn trinkets I equipped with them earlier, presumably making them lost forever, so thanks for that, game. The game mercifully sends us automatically to our next plot point, where we introduce Serena to the royal group, where they again recognize who she is once they explain the death of her father. Now that we've wrapped up all of this nonsense, it's time to make our way north to the port of Nautilus to get a special equipment on Sealed Island. How adventurous. I hope the city of Nautilus has a shop or two. I haven't seen one in minutes and I am having some Stockholm Syndrome popping up. Same story yet again. Find the NPC to trigger your next event, find the second person. In this case, the sailor that is willing to steer your royal vessel to the sealed island, and call it a night. Oh, and we have a new character, Baroa, I guess. He's the Cid of the group. Tells it the way he is, blah blah blah. Before departing, it's time to swap discs, which on my blind playthrough reminded me of how much I hated doing that in Final Fantasy VII, because I loved that game so much in its prime that I never wanted the game to end, and swapping to the next disc only meant that I was that much closer to the game's conclusion. I think something else happened at the end of that first disc, but I don't remember.
We need no same level. I think you done plateau. So keep my name out of your mouth, cause you might end up getting what you asked for. These hands, punching your face over and over and fast forward. Asshole. I see you got your game, Genie. What's your first wish? Did I ain't kill that bitch on the first disc?
Ancient Romans disc transition had the opposite effect on me, that I was hopefully at least halfway through this fever dream of a game experience. Arriving on the island, the first thing I do is grind the easy enemies as they are now jacked up on the fucking gold and EXP, since I'm jonesing for new equipment. The next screen over, a mysterious character known only as the Flashy Woman drops the S word before disappearing. Once we are allowed inside by a mysterious voice, we make our way inside the cave, leading to a room full of statues. And this, dear God, this fucking music, dude. Why? This is the worst track, right? It has to be. The worst track of all time. Anywho, we are cast out as being unworthy after being told that we were worthy. Regrouping at the entrance, we are told by Baroa that there's a nearby island called the Sacred Island, not to be confused with the Sealed Island. Also, another party member insists that we talk to the sage first, as Burke breaks the fourth wall, explaining that we may have an actual choice on our hands. I decide on visiting the sage, since it's obvious to me that I'll need to get a hold of him at some point anyway, and any other direction probably has some kind of obstacle to stunt any progress. I'm told to go to the head sage, and his answers to why the party is lacking in divine power lies in the Hermit's Island, not to be confused with the Sacred or Sealed Islands. You keeping along here? Sprinting back to the port of no return, I expertly talk to the guy and walk straight down, not even fucking about with the town, off to Hermit's Island. This area has what is closest to acceptable music in the game. The notes are often sour, but it almost works. But since we have to literally fuck up everything in the game, in the case with this tune, it's left with a large, pointless empty pause at the end, something most of the tracks don't do on the account of this being an internal music engine. On the island, a lone old man quizzes the party up on their intentions, and Michelia passes her speechcraft roll. She is given the amulet, allowing us access to the tome in a cave up ahead. Oh goody, another dungeon. I guess this is the cave? Oh, sure thing. The barrier is down. On to the library containing all of our info Jesus Christ, this game. You had a library in this castle, with zero things to interact with, I might add, and you use this graphic for our plot progressing tomes. I'm just gonna say this. This game is fucking lazy. Everyone begins to read up on the 6 gods we need to visit. Dragon, Goddess, Spirit, Ocean, Mountain, and Warrior. Each party member has hints on where to go for each one, and I had to jot down the notes as I went, as I am certain to forget it all momentarily. Thinking I had to revisit the old places, instead the game unlocks an imperial shit ton of locations to visit. For the first and only time in this game, I'm actually impressed and actually need to focus on what to do next.
That's not my hands clapping.
Starting off with Spirit Temple. At the Spirit Temple, the random battles are cranked up to 11 out of nowhere, and we engage in a surprise 1v1 against the Guardian. This is the first battle in the game where I had to heal and think, so I managed to snap out of my glazed over expression, so that was exciting. After this, the guard up front explains that we now have a main villain in the game by the name Gizavel, because fuck it, why not? I then spend all of my cash arming up my other party members, as it is not obvious what the other 5 trials will be like, so I'd rather not suffer a game over in this game, as I feel that this is a failure that cannot be redeemed in any manner. How about we do Pika Shoal? Never mind, I guess. Let's try Castle Droa. The music here actually hurts, as it is a retool of the overworld theme, just changing the instruments to a series of piercing tunes. I just hate it. You dispose of a guard to get to the gay-ass jewel, this game's name, not mine. Hopefully I don't lose track of what I need to do here. Right next door is a gay-ass tower, where an old lady arrives to inform you of a side quest to unlock the door, which, to be fair to the game, is an unusual leniency in its progression model, as we hand over the gem that we just got and she's all, oh, okay, go on in. You get the rod at the top of the tower, and now you are able to unlock Pika's Shoal in all of its glory for some reason. Never mind, again, let's try Farnes. The watchman there says you need the goddess's blessing before you can learn the dragon blessing, so I'm sensing a theme that we need to do Trev's arc last. Oh boy, this is becoming overwhelming in a hurry. Starting at the end of the line, I'm going to Alna Dam. Hopefully my logic works out and I don't end up doing the last thing first here. Wrong. Escatree it is. Wrong. Luna Shoal? We get the goddess bracelet and ring, but I'm not sure what this does. Oh, my head. Keb Village. Wow, I literally am doing this in reverse, aren't I? Vina Port. The self-proclaimed know-it-all says we need the things that we just got from Luna Shoal, but instructs you to seek out Keb Village first, which now is populated by monsters. Mercifully, you kill them in the overworld, so it is less battles to contend with. You find a child inside that alludes we need to seek the bracelet and ring, which I should remind you I already have, but also the kid has an uncle named Leon. So side quest number 18 commences, as even in this insane drivel, I have enough caretaking instincts to dump this kid with his uncle before proceeding. Unfortunately, I forgot who Leon is up to this point and hit a dead end, so hopefully the little shit doesn't mind me moving on until I accidentally run back into him. Back to Vina Port. We use the bracelet and ring to get into the shrine, where Michelia receives a divine blessing, making her all angelic and shit. Now for sure we can get Pika's Shoal done, right? Michelia does a thing and we are finally able to access this. A quick 1v1 later and Baroa is now ocean godified.
選ばれし者よ、我が力を与えん。
Returning to Farnes, the watchman says we need to return to Alna Dam, where instead of saying no dice, we get a boss fight that actually made me have to try a bit. After he's toast, he says you should seek out Robe Corna Waterfall and break the Robe Dam blocking the Ulu River. I can't even comprehend this line of dialogue, so it's on to Kantan Ruins. Having played this blind, I can officially say that this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen in any RPG. So get this. The villagers in this area are being kept hostage in the area, and the monsters are trying to trick the party on destroying the nearby dam, causing them all to drown. To negate this, rather than just evacuating everyone, we are to double back to a nearby tree, giving them a fruit that gives them all that eat it the ability to breathe underwater. Fucking insane. Once we defeat the guard, we flood the area so we can proceed behind the waterfall, beating the boss inside to receive the Genesis Sword. Those that have seen certain other reviews may get that joke. I'm going to keep the number of complaints of random battles to a minimum, since people that have seen a certain review of mine will know that I may have overdone that in the past. But this cave is bad. Real bad. I'm too lazy to count, but I'd wager that we are encroaching 40 random battles in 3 screens. I'm mercifully able to fast forward these mundane fights, but oh my Lanta, if you're doing this on hardcore mode, get some popcorn or that one-handed controller from way back in the day. I actually had this thing. It rocked. Back to Farnes. Once we're back again, his instructions are clear. Entering the boat at the harbor, you are whisked unceremoniously to a cave to whip out another dungeon quickie, where Heroine dispatches the boss with ease and is now godified. I go to pick up some elitist weapons for the new crew that I never play with and equip them. Just need 2 more to get this shit over with. Trev and Burke, I think? This is crazy hard for me to keep track of, if I'm to be honest. But thankfully, I kept a journal of this nonsense and believe Kuden River is where I need to go next for Burke. Thankfully, this is a relatively painless trek through a generic cave with a generic boss, featuring our generic large man has muscles character. Wham bam thank you ma'am. Getting to Dragon Shrine requires a tad amount of bullshit. We visit the magician that was hospitalized earlier, and appears to still be bedridden, since it's pre-rendered background anyway. He offers nothing but self-pity, asking you to buy his shit as his hospital bills are out of control. Heading to the lake where the shrine is, you have to pay the boatman too large in order to see it. It's magically blocked, so the party says, let's visit the magician for help. He gives you a staff to make the door open. So guess what? You gotta pay again to get to the shrine. Bullshit. You get to the shrine and some ethereal bullshit occurs, giving Trev his divine power maybe.
神の力が揃いし今こそ闇の力より世界を救わん。
I say maybe because when I return to the Sealed Island, I'm not rewarded with any kind of cool shit like everybody else gets. Returning to the castle, the mage now insists that Trev literally goes to hell to confront his spirit of his father. So to get there, we need to go to Mons Island, south of Pika's Shoal, but first we need 2 keys from 2 caves at the east and west of the Eska Tree. You keeping up, guys? Because this is actually lunacy. Let's go. Ukeb Cave and Ikeb Cave are nothing short of mindless, pointless, and frankly, terribly texturized shapes resembling caves. Reaching each half has no boss or interaction, and you slap the 2 together before heading to the underworld shrine at Makua Port. Here it's revealed that this is a portal to interact with the dead, where this cutscene occurs.
ここは死者の魂が集うしところ。マリナ母さん。坊やなの。あなたと父、国王の魂は闇に囚われたまま冥界に近いところをさまよっています。国王の魂、闇より解き放ってください。私を母さんと呼んでくれましたね。ありがとう。
Adorably terrible. I love it. The game is giving me leads, but the map just lets me go down there, so hopefully I can sequence break a bit as I'm starting to lose my mind here. Let's try the north and south cave, as I'm sure I have to go to both before the center area. Do I ever get tired of being wrong all the time? Sometimes. Turns out this entire area may just be a side quest for a couple of spells I'll never use. Fuck, that means I have to investigate again. When he says the word Marmo Island, I just facepalm and laugh. Just for fuck's sakes. The good news is that he alludes that this may be where the never-before-seen antagonist resides, or that we are at least moving towards a conclusion. Going to Kuba Port, we gain a rod of causality. Before leaving from whence we came, a confrontation occurs between our elven friend and this dark elf. He's pwned, and then he lets in on how to use the inanimate carbon rod to the north. It causes a village to appear out of thin air, which turns out to be a village of friendly monsters. They explain how to get to the hideout of Gizavel. Just gotta flip 2 switches at Unoport and Lowport. I mean, I would complain, but what's the point? Europort it is. Both ports are another slew of screens to play to RNGesus that you won't be bombarded with too many fights that are sometimes one step after your last one. The fight with Lucia proved to be the first fight in the game that actually scared me a little bit. After one-shotting my character with this spell, I thought to myself, oh snap, when did I actually last save this thing? But fear not, the all-Volvo and all-Mag defense proved to be unbelievably overpowered in this game, negating pretty much all damage that I can figure out. After both bosses are defeated, it's time for the Dan port, the name of unremarkable imposement. Is that a word? I mean, alright, let's just ignore the fact that the final dungeon in the game is a literal recolor of Old Heron Road Castle from earlier. Pressing onward, we get a battle with a mysterious knight that is totally not Trev's father. Spoilers?
Kuyata, 息子よ、大きくなったな。お前ならば魔王を倒し、この世界を救えるだろう。マリナ、ずいぶん待たせたな。あの子はたくましく成長してくれた。私たちが守ってきたこの国を、そして意志を継いでくれるだろう。
After that's over with, the next room has our final confrontation. And I'm fairly impressed at how tough this battle managed to be. I once again had to pucker up to get this fight done without failing. Breath of Life, the OP healing spell that both heals for 300 per member, but also revives with said amount, came in clutch more than once. Once his underlings are dealt with, he finally perishes. Just kidding, time for the final confrontation, let's go. The final form is easier than the first, at least I think. He one-shots Trev on turn 1 before I could get my OP magic defense down, making the fight awkward to start. But before long, it's just a matter of attrition and keeping my magic points up for the consumables. Oh fuck, actually I'm out. Oh boy. I kill the baddie by the skin of my teeth, and our heroes regale in the evil dimension of static imagery, for our developers are so goddamn lazy that even in the final confrontation room, they can't even animate anything on screen. This cutscene plays out, and the amount of happy on display is enough to make a gamer like me puke. Finn. We did it. It took 7 hours, but we did it. It's done. I didn't know much about this game until a mention came about on one of my comfort channels, and I was intrigued. Then a bit of gameplay footage from another comfort channel drew me in more. Not necessarily from the game itself, but its music. It's the worst goddamn thing I've ever heard in my life. And I listened to Sharks and Mermaids by DJ Cool. Music is not my forte, but I at least have an understanding of electronically generated tunes tend to follow trends, such as having a steady beats per minute and a pattern. But this composer dude, what are these time signatures? It's the sound of mania, like a toddler smashing notes on a keyboard, sour after sour note. I can't for the life of me think of a worse RPG soundtrack or any soundtrack. It's so shocking that it reverts on itself to become this kind of so bad it's good, which tends for me not to be a thing when it comes to music. As mentioned before, apparently, there was a MIDI track generated on a computer, but when transposed to the PSX hardware, was moved off of its intended key. What results is a jarring series of notes that are almost unanimously ass sounding, set to an aggressive mathematical percussion that, wrong key or not, absolutely does not belong in a game of this attempted style. It's fucking weird, dude. Weirder than even those blank stares behind that desk. The pre-rendered backgrounds may be a series of what I would call assets, copied and pasted buildings, trees, and most certainly rock formations thrown together and shipped out the door. But separating this title to pretty much any other I've seen is the inclusion of pre-rendered NPCs in virtually every shop, which by my rough count equals to around 40 to 50. It's a level of uncanny design that I just can't get over, since I feel like it would take much more effort to create this nightmare visage instead of simply slapping your flat shaded polygons into each scene. But then again, I don't think there's much in the way of foreground work by any of the backgrounds, so maybe this is actually an easier approach since the devs were dead set on having most of the building's inhabitants by the dozens of vendors. I wonder if the game development process started with these backgrounds and the game was built around it. Seems stand to reason, especially the overworld map having next to zero creativity beyond a 3D landscape covered in trees and water. The battle scenes are on a technical level terrible in almost every conceivable way. Long loading times start and end each fight, but even the moves from all friendlies and foes have this obnoxious jank moment before a screeching sound emanates, dropping huge numbers down to symbolize the damage done. The whisking away of the dead is almost ceaselessly funny to observe, symbolizing the developer's inability to stretch or move polygons in any reasonable way. The cutscenes are just as bad, which is always amusing to watch since, as I've mentioned before, are able to sit in an oven as long as needed to make the CGI look good, which of course it isn't. They did manage to render some cake here and there, so that's a couple of points I'll mark on the old report card. While the music deserves all of the mentions, it's accompanied by a complete and total lack of sound in the overworld or towns, dungeons, anything. I'm going off of memory at this point, but I do believe there are not any sound effects in anything except cinematic cutscenes and battles. The rest is just in your imagination. How do you rate that which does not exist? The answer is 0. The best sound you can get out of this game is the PlayStation logo when you start up the console. Sony, bring that shit back already. Just replace your shit with that sound. You'll sell 1 million PS5 Pros if you did just that. It would distinguish it from the PS5 regular too. Shots fired. Did Ancient Roman do everything wrong? Well, I like to try to dive into these things with a nuanced perspective. So I'll just say, I counted at least 2 things they did right. There was a second or two where I felt a sense of challenge from the enemy I was fighting. And if I'm not being a jerkface for a moment, honestly, they did try their heart out with the 40 different shops to buy things in the game. If you like to buy shit in RPGs, this is the greatest game of all time. 90% of the buildings are goddamn shops. Don't say that they did not try. There's somewhat of an honest attempt of an RPG under the hood. The amount of weapons, armor, and trinkets is favorable. The need for these, from what I can tell, is minimal. For the overall balance of the game heavily favors your team. I legitimately never lost a fight in the game, although I had a close call during the final battle. There aren't any battles demanding any kind of mechanic, like using fire on an ice dragon or whatever. A single spell is needed for healing for the whole game, which not only revives all players, but heals everyone for 300 HP. As long as you keep your MP up, you won't have anything to worry about. It's a bad RPG, but as far as battles, it's not a complete 0. More like a 2 out of 10. And again, full disclosure, I never would have finished this game if I did not have the ability to fast forward. Not due to a lack of patience, but I would have died of natural causes. The you-know-what starts off at a basic level of encounters, but towards the end become insufferable for no reason. It seems like every one of these games will have this happen at least once. Why? But having lived a long enough life of different situations where management is literally incapable of the most basic problem-solving skills, I can look back and see people perhaps wanting to implement such measures for this quality of game interaction. But their supervisor saying something along the lines of, "Does any other RPG do that?" No. Well, just do what the other RPGs do. It's always easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Except maybe the guy that didn't run that soundtrack by anyone before shipment. I once again really wonder how this game came to be, as it is the hallmark of a true failure of game design. And unlike Cosmic Race, it's fun bad, like The Room. Getting this isn't too hard to run thanks to an awesome small team of nerds. Snowy Aria with translation, Esper Knight with hacking, and Cargodin with editing. Funnily enough, now reading the guide, apparently the before-mentioned random encounters can be skipped by holding circle on the PSX controller, and the Sleep Axe bought in New Heron Road Castle has a 100% sleep rate on every enemy in the game. Also, the people becoming monster disease is nearly an exact translation. Just mwah. Anywho, if you haven't heard about this game, I implore you to experience some of it yourself, or watch this video on loop to get my viewer count up. Thanks for watching my video, and a big thanks to my Patreons. South Boogie Bio, It's Joe's Fault, Hiroshima, Porygon for the win, Porygon for the win. You paid twice, so what am I supposed to do? And Serval K. Subscribe to my shit for more shitty content like this, where I might read your name out once in a while, at least until I get to 10,000 subscribers, maybe. Skill. No. I just want to live in Fantasyland with skill all day. It's fine, dude. I mean, I make $100 out of 300 hours of work. Pays out dividends. Let me just try out this outfit real quick, and then I'll get going. That outfit with that haircut. Oh, this is the big one. Oh, Shazam! Wild Arms is a traditional JRPG disguised as a standard RPG released in 1997 for the PlayStation in North America. Developed by Media.Vision and published by Sony a few scant months before a behemoth of a title was to be released. Try to guess which one. It was a huge relief to play a game in this exact style back then, as us sweaty, gross gamers were glued to the pages of publications, plastering that game on each cover, sometimes to the point where the pages of those magazines would stick together for some reason. As I recall, it was just nice to get an RPG fix before September 7th, so I knew I had plenty of time to finish this now relic in history. And as I recall very little about the story besides a balloon rising into the sky and a liberal use of roller skates to avoid random encounters, I thought, why the hell not? Let's dive back into this curious game. Thanks as always to my Patreons for sticking with me while I churn out this 9,000-word essay on this ancient title. South Boogie Bio, It's Joe's Fault, Hiroshima, Porygon for the win, and Serval K. Your donations keep me motivated to sit through games like this, so thank you! Wild Arms has an opening sequence that I missed on my playthrough, and I didn't see until I played through the entire thing twice. I'm going to leave out most of the details as it's a bit unfair to my own writing process, as I had no idea this thing existed, and I'm not quite sure why this is left out of the main opening, as it also gives some context to plot points that come up later. For now, shit is going down, a king is groveling for his life in exchange for a cocoon of this invading force, and this woman sacrifices herself to delay an unknown antagonist, so this character can get away in a snowy opening. Good shit. Kind of annoyed right now. Moving on. The game officially begins with naming our hero, although you can pick these characters in any order you want. Deciding against the lore of the game, I'm renaming this boy to Thrillhouse. Thrillho has done an okay job being a barrel mover, earning his keep for the day. Instead of giving you a portion of Gela, this game's currency, for a day of hard labor, he gives you a healing berry, cheap fuck. You explore the town, learning the innocence of all of its inhabitants, when you finally learn of a boy that went off to a nearby cave to access a special berry that will heal his dad. But before that, you get to learn of the many mechanics that borrow from Zelda: Link to the Past, including the dashing, item throwing, and bomb placement. All that's missing is that doo-doo-doo sound effect when you find a secret, and we would have ourselves a lawsuit from our Nintendo overlords. Once inside the cave, you will start to experience the bane of my existence, and most JRPG players, the dreaded random encounters. While this game has a reasonable rate to fight enemies, the game's largest detriment will immediately rear its head: the in-battle presentation. Even though the game predated Final Fantasy VII by a fair amount, it paled in comparison to just about any game of its style, choosing a heavily super-deformed 3D look for its characters and enemies, and a startling generic battle theme that gets old by around the third fight, reminding me of some kind of Sports Center update. Unfortunately, this title's battle theme it's not great. At this time, Wild Arms is knowingly attempting to combat the yet unreleased Final Fantasy VII, with even an alpha footage looked fantastic in its presentation, with its changing camera angles to spice up the otherwise generic attack animations. However, since they went with the models of heads 4 times the size of their bodies, it just looks bad no matter how you slice it up. But presentation isn't everything, and this game will prove it at some point, but it's hard to deny that they dropped the ball here, in my opinion. The battle system is typical fare of the genre. Fight, cast magic, defend for some reason, and you also have a force meter that charges up abilities, including Thrillho's ability to lock on when firing his arm, allowing 100% accuracy from the apparent 10% that this little dude has. It's a perfectly cromulent battle system of the time, and really can't be faulted for following the conventions that it had up to this point, with the exception of having only one battle track for random encounters, which after Earthbound had made its debut should never again had been done. Why was having a variety of music for these encounters so hard to do? Back to our tutorial cave, we make our way to Tony, who is very happy to get the holy berries. This stirs up something ancient, which appears to be the cause of an earthquake felt throughout the area. Once Tony's reunited, a boss appears from behind, and Thrillho proceeds to shoot the piss out of him, America style. After the battle is over, he throws the berry at the regenerating zombie, which sludgifies it. The extremely entitled fucknuts of the village of Surf are grateful of saving the kid for all but 1 second before chastising him, and eventually casting him out of the village, not even allowing our blue-haired goon to buy any supplies on the way out. Blue-haired goon? That's terrible. Next, we own in on our second encounter, a very Indiana Jones-inspired chap that, in the introduction of dodging countless traps, is named Meoff Jack. Nah, that's no good. How about Jabba Dabba? I'm guessing you might not know that reference, and I wouldn't blame you. The reason of that is quite simple. I made it up. This section of the game is more of a tutorial of dashing and light puzzle solving using your little mouse friend Hanpan, who unfortunately I cannot rename into anything as remotely cool as Jabba Dabba. Jabba Dabba reaches the end of this area to jostle open an ancient computer containing a holographic image of what Hanpan calls an Elu. Elus, whose spelling of the name sucks by the way, are the ancestral race prior to humans in this world that used a combination of magic and technology. It warns our dude of seek not Legaia, for she is bound to the land of light, and that game's delightful use of top and bottom quotes isn't triggering me whatsoever. Incidentally, when you return to the surface, don't do what I did and try to enter something at random here. The game will send you right back to the start if you do. Once our second hero is established, we will finish our tutorial character intro with Slurp. She's told to let go of her ego. Slurp. Slurp. Slurp, the innocent one. I'm immediately happy with my choice of naming here. Slurp then wakes up in the Abbey, where you are afforded the chance to learn things about the game's mechanics, and eventually gaining both the Teardrop, a magical item that magnifies nearby objects, and the Pocket Watch, which resets the room you're currently in and progresses the plot here. You can also use the Crest Graph to create spells based off of metrics that mix and match features, which is neat in concept, but personally feels like you can unlock a list of any of the spells in the game from the get-go, rather than actually mixing and matching. Just pick the spell you think will work for you and you're good to go. There's a few hints about using the statues in the courtyard to progress, and once you get inside, have a dungeon to romp through. Once at the end, you are forced to battle with the boss Novagil, a wonderfully unpronounceable name. You are then given some vague expositional foreshadowing about being the child of innocence, and that everything begins with Legaia prior to being put back into the Abbey. All of the characters are to meet up in Adelheid, where our journey begins. There's a commotion when arriving with the last character selected, with this group clamoring about Emma and injured people. It's not until reaching this house that the party discovers that there's a disaster at Lilithia's tomb to the north, giving a reason for these three to party up for our first proper dungeon romp. There's some very Zelda-esque puzzles to solve and a few dozen random encounters before reaching the Megtorius. This boss poses little challenge as I make liberal use of the Force ability to accentuate items as Slurp, making the healing berry heal all 3 characters instead of just one. Sweet deal. After this boss, you reach the Golem at the end, which prompted the characters to speak with the professor. And since my reading retention is that of a 4th grader, didn't think Emma to being the professor, so I spent a better half of an hour of gameplay running around the town to trigger the next plot point. This includes visiting the nicest, friendliest, and most certainly alive king of the castle, aptly named King Adelheid, but all of his friends keep calling him Deadmeat. Deadmeat is actually the father of Slurp, who has been on a sort of pilgrimage and has been enjoying laying low with the other 2 poor-ass heroes and wants to keep it that way. Finally, I found Emma right back where she was at the tomb, off to the left of the entrance. I'm calling bullshit on this, just saying. They hoist the golem out of the tomb using the Emma motor, which I think in our terms is a motor. The golem is added to the festival that just so happens to be goings-ons in the town of Adelheid, where we can play some mini-games such as this one that lets you dash forward towards a wall and stop at the last second, or this one that I totally didn't obsess over getting the top time. A dad is looking for his son, who is holding a balloon, and wants you to find him back in town. Once you do find him, we get a major turn of events. Suddenly, dark clouds hover over Adelheid. The laughter and the murmur cease as unsuspecting people look up to the skies. They watch the silent nightmare spread over their heads. The sky is cracking. Like, literally. The beginning of the end is here. The sword of light strikes the land, and a wall of fire rushes across the horizon. See, I totally told you the sky's actually cracking. Thankfully, we are to shield the boy from danger so we can reunite him with his father. Oh, never mind, he's dead. As is most everyone in town, although you do have the option of collecting as many living people in town as possible within a time limit, and retaliate against the attacking forces by running into the characters on screen. Once you get back to the castle, it's made apparent that the demons that invaded want the teardrop and won't stop attacking the castle until they get it. The Wounded King forbids Slurp from trying to give the item up by sequestering the group to her room, starting a really irritating escape sequence. You can't talk to any of the guards, run into them, or be touched by the odd one chasing you as you try to find your way to the basement level, which isn't made clear. After way too many attempts I'd rather forget about, I finally risk talking to the cook here, who lets us into the basement below. Once you fuck about in the sewer levels, you'll make your way back to town and meet up with the head honcho, Belcelic. He insists that he'll spare the castle if we give up the teardrop, and Slurp hands it over. Jabba Dabba is not satiated with this and insists on a 1v1, but against that terrible judgment, the rest of the party joins in for a boss battle. Once we're done with that, the dude just taunts us and teleports away. Come back when you're more of a challenge, kid. Sounds more like a coping mechanism for getting his ass beat, but what would I know from my decades of competitive shooter experience? Back at the king's room, King Deadmeat is annoyed at Slurp's insubordination, and Jabba Dabba is forcing a confrontation at the realization that Slurp is in fact royalty. It's an interesting scene as the game, on replaying, really struggles to capture any tone of what is supposed to be going on. Lines like, "The sword, it's heavy with the weight of its destiny," screams a bad localization to me, and kills the momentum that they were trying to build with this scene. The game cold opens from here, which is a neat touch, finally landing on a tone of defeat and mourning. After the credits roll, the tone is immediately fucked with a cheerful awakening tune of the castle theme, once again validating my point I'm trying to make here. Maybe it's trying to not dip the toes of darkness too hard for younger gamers, bouncing back from a bleak event. I don't know. I'm in the weeds here, I gotta wade my way back into the game. You're told to head west in the commander's room that took the time to put a shit ton of chests in here for you to collect. Once you get to the mountain pass, the guards allow you passage for you to dash right into these pebbles that fuck up your dashing move. Also present are these zappy plants that remind me of the electric seaweed from the TMNT classic. Jabba Dabba gains his lighter here for no real reason, letting us see where we are when lighting up these lamps. It's all very Zelda-esque, and it's a nice way to flavor up the exploration as you find your way through a couple dozen random encounters. I also get poisoned here by the enemies, which prompted the old school question: do I or don't I get the poison to wear off after walking a set amount of steps? The answer is you're fucked if you don't have an antidote handy. So first things first, when I get to Malama Village, stock up on curing consumables. Any more of that flashing and I would have developed a seizure. Fact. Those warnings all these games have now, that was from this game when you're poisoned. This statement is 100% true.
Citation needed.
The bartender at Malama Village gives you a password of sorts that might fuck with some younger players that aren't aware of what these things are. Light 2 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 6, and then 12. We make it to a solo section where Jabba Dabba is forced to remind us that Hanpan can hit switches from a distance. Again and again. Cool, I get it, neat trick. Jabba Dabba clues in on his motivations at the end of this short labyrinth, with aberrations taunting of his cowardice at protesting others. Switching over to our hero Thrillho, we are given the greatest puzzle since the slide puzzle. guessing which way to go by blowing up bombs. This is great. I'm having the time of my life. At the end, Thrillhole is berated at all angles by the assholes that kicked him out of town for using arms. Now it's Slurp's turn, who doesn't have any real items to use puzzle-wise, so we are tasked with guessing left or right multiple times in a row. Riveting stuff, boys, riveting. Also, I accidentally hit the rewind button so I can do it again since it was such a blast. At the end, Slurp is screamed at by royalty and the king's guards, reminding the audience that she's a princess but really doesn't want to be, which is going to be a recurring theme. She's already more likable than Kareen ever was, at least. The Guardians of the Elements shout out more generic nonsense about the teardrop and how it's needed, and we are introduced to our villains here as well, getting me pumped up for some upcoming confrontations. I am picking on this game pretty hard at the moment, but I do recall this game picking up steam the longer I played it back in '97, so let's hope things reoccur. We are whisked away to an unknown land, tasked with finding a seal that the villains seek to break open to revive the being called Mother. Not to be confused with Mother Brain, that's a totally different creature. This will prove to be a huge ordeal, for the next village is over by the end of this sentence. The village chief, who is so old he doesn't remember his own name, says we need to head north to Wind Shrine as part of the 3 shrines that will contain a piece of the evil mother's heart that we are probably going to almost get at each shrine, but not quite, because why wouldn't we fight her at the end? Let's go. Yes, that sound effect is coming from the game. I didn't doctor that. Heading north, we find a circular shrine of sorts that we didn't do much with at the moment, so we continue onward to the mountains. Our puzzle to solve is quite simple for any person with any sense of OCD whatsoever. Everything is in its place. Fight your way up, collect shit, burn things as a bonus, and be absolutely shocked that we didn't get to the shrine in time in order to prevent Fuckface here from breaking the first seal. He drops this spider boss off as a reward, and I get to do summons for the first time. Whoa, look at those graphics, dude. I'm only kidding, they tried their best. I do like how each boss pre-explodes, dies, and then explodes all over the place each time. That's certainly a way to kill them off. You're forced to run back to the entrance if you don't have the spell unlocked to warp to the entrance, so I now know the next use of my magic graph will be. Back at Baskar Village, the chief tells us we need to go to the other 2 locations using the item he's given us, and our path is now set in motion. One more nightmarish moan from this dog for the road. Ugh. Heading northeast, we ignite the furnace to jumpstart an ancient warping device, sending us bouncing off a satellite and back to another part of the planet. Neat. There's a dude in a clearing claiming to not having any memory. South of here, we will find a town of Saint Centaur, a town protected by a magical barrier, keeping all of the monsters out. There's a ton of treasure and other interesting things that we aren't allowed to touch, as everyone is in our way. I can't wait to see what's inside once shit goes sideways here. This dude gives us a key to the place that is essentially a cage for monsters, as to investigate the recent kidnappings of all of our townsfolk. Apparently 30% of the population has so far been abducted and returned with no memory of what happened. I'm getting a bit of Alien vibes here, but I don't think this game gets that dark, right? It's a short jog over to Cage Tower, a series of short floors to ascend, nothing new to the player except the concerning level of random battles to have to contend with. At the top, Alhazad appears and drops a boss for us to deal with, while he leaves to nuke the town of Saint Centaur. After we toast the boss, a lady named Jane arrives to help us with the low cost of 2,000 Gela. Her and her assistant appears to be bounty hunters, I think, as I'm too annoyed with the boing sound all over this overly cheeky theme song of hers. Once we teleport to the entrance, thank fuck we can do that now, we arrive back at town to see that it is devoid of all life, sans the blind woman in the corner of town. I would be sad if it weren't for the fact that we can now loot all of this shit and read this dude's journal. Off to the statue at the center of town, which is now smashed up real nice. It leaves us with the Saint Rune, and now we decide we need to go to the last statue to prevent the revival of Mother. Using the next pyramid, we'll jump over to the next area. We arrive at Port Tinny. It won't take long to learn of the next objective, as this drunkard Bartholomew all but speaks directly to the player on what to do. And in case you didn't get all that, we need a crystal bud, as this guy right here says so as well. Thanks. At least you're making this clear for me. To get the bud, we need to head northwest to the Maze of Death. Don't worry, it's just a name. Move the series of statues in the various areas to unlock the ending zone, which apparently, according to retro achievements, unlocks an optional boss for some hidden goodies. Oh well, zap to the entrance and never look back. Achievements are for chumps. Never mind my gamer score. Get the bud back to Bart, and all his compatriots come in to mock him for being an incelibate. He nabs Slurp without her consent and says that she's his bride and will accompany on the voyage tomorrow. Being the inn that is needed to get to the last statue, our group complies and a short minigame will ensue, trying to get the ceremony correct. The horrendous booing sound is in fact the correct sound, and this even worse booing is the actual boo. For the record, I was saying boo earns. This dipshit, Zed, arrives to destroy the statue, and we are forced into, by his accounts, an unfair fight of 3v1. Once defeated, this lady shows up Jabba Dabba and slices the shit out of our target. We receive the power of the statue, but alas, the main villain is now resurrected.
Shit.
Back on shore, our whispering voice is at an end and our main objective is now clear. As in absolutely not clear at all, thank you Mr. GameFAQs on my next steps. Circle back to the beginning area via the last tower and head to Malama. From here, we head east to Sand River. Sand River is now accessible by bonking this monkey with the wand. Nothing too interesting here, just knowing you have to jump at the right side of this ledge or you have to restart the area. I'm not mad, it's just time out of my day. This is fine. Upon exiting, you will reach the ship graveyard town, which isn't as dismal as it sounds at all. Don't worry, it's just a name. Really, I mean that. Sorry if it sounded sarcastic. A totally random dude sets up the next fetch quest by venturing into the sands into a totally bullshit area that triggered some latent PTSD from within. And I'll distinctly recall the nonsense that this area provides, such as the fact that once you hit this four-way hallway, you simply have to know that when you go south into this chest that the room changes and the game progressing switch is to the left. Fuck you. Bop this creature with a well-timed bomb and beat his ass to acquire the grappling hook, and eventually the bracelet that this widowed husband requested to get this game up and running again. These people clue you on the next plot point, so we head north. Bart's ship arrives and he is asking you for help in clearing the ghost ship that is conveniently appeared from out of nowhere. Since we can never say no, we hop aboard to get lit, grappling, and blowing all our way into this ghostly captain. Once you dust him off the deck, you are reacquainted with Bart, who is so impressed that you are now able to use the ship to travel the high seas. Literally, this thing won't work on the shallowed water. But we are able to make our way back to Adelheid and the cave above it to get this damn chest that's been living in my head rent-free for the last couple of weeks. Ah, completionism. Never mind the boss that I missed, we're not going to go over that. Reaching the Tripillar, the crew needs to separate into 3 distinct directions and move from floor to floor, and yet another test of patience from the random battles that truly seems to escalate with each dungeon. Nothing new is added here, and it's really just a guessing game of which way is the most optimal to avoid more encounters. At the top, we fight a very testy version of Tails. Blue Virtue is our reward, which is half of our current goal to get to the upcoming door. Next is Rosetta Town, a self-proclaimed area of entitled rich fucks. The mayor of Fucksville here is ill, and the only means to help him lies in the hands of this outcast, the last of the Ewol people. This girl is apparently ancient, not to be confused with the flower girl known as the Ancient from a yet unreleased JRPG. Help this thing get an herb for the mayor in an unexpectedly simple affair, and you'll gain the attention of Jane in the outskirts of town. She wants assistance raiding the Volcanon Trap, where an ancient weapon is told to be. After dropping a fantastically comical bomb in the doorway, we trudge our way through this area, which mixes things up with some really fucking hot metal on the floors. Reaching N, Jane says she'll check on the room with all of the treasure while you tackle the boss-looking arena. Good deal. The knob that destroyed the city of Adelheid appears in the boss arena, warning of his supercharge that he's going to unleash. This is interrupted with a cutscene of Jane tearing up the place with her ADHD, which proves fortuitous. What ensues is a standard boss battle with Balsec falling to the ground. Once we gain the Red Malice and leave, this cutscene occurs where Balsec is still alive. For a minute, anyhow. The tower is collapsing, and Thrillhole mounts Jane aggressively to prevent her death, and to feel the touch of a woman purely by coincidence. He also suddenly speaks, which I had to do a double take on, as silent protagonists rarely speak, and I mean rarely. In the evil person's room, the Quarter Knights are by their own admission now a Third Knights, and want a replacement. Zed, being as giddy as a schoolgirl, awaits the comical timings of Shadow from Final Fantasy III to make his official appearance. Please remind me in the comments how it's actually Final Fantasy VI, not 3, since the game I played on my Super Nintendo as a kid must have had this symbol on it, and I'm suffering from the Mandela effect. The Death Star produces a shield to protect the bad guys in this scene, providing yet more ominism. Now that we have both gems, we open the door to Giant's Cradle, a test of Zelda logic to avoid spikes and traps galore. I appreciate this area's tricky nature versus the last couple of dungeons, although the enemies here are total dicks and keep infecting the characters with status ailments. At the end of this is a golem that appears to be inactive. Getting this thing active requires finding Emma back at Adelheid and then traversing back to the cave. Thankfully, we warp right back to the Giant, but I honestly think it's dragging the game down already to have us leave in the first place, so I'm giving this dungeon a 5 out of 10. I'm rating the dungeons now, by the way. Actually, no, I'm not. Emma can't wake the golem up, but Slurp's monologue manages to make the creature sentient. Emma doesn't want the being to be used as a weapon, but rather wants the golem to be of his own free will. This somehow works, and we are now in possession of our very own golem to traverse the shallow water, gaining access to inland. We can walk right back to the bad guy's lair, but can't budget, so for now we waddle our way to Court Siem, a quaint little town containing the origins of Thrillhole's mysterious past. Zeppet Rough Knight. He thought of Zeppet as his father. He was an old dream chaser who had raised Thrillhole since infancy. Zeppet was also a master of throwing sticks into fires. One day, the inevitable happened. The old man's traveling days came to an end. Thrillhole was now tasting the true meaning of being alone. Loneliness. The guy in town wants you to go to Epitaph C for gaming reasons. You get the wind-up key, allowing entrance to the labyrinth of conveyor belts. This area has the greatest of all gadgets in the game, the roller skates. This zooms without stopping into any wall and does not count towards your step counter towards random encounters, making this the greatest item ever outside of any RPG that lets you cut down on them. At the top, the ninja Boomerang fights you alongside his trusty wolf spirit. It's a tough battle compared to most for me, mainly because I believe the AI is actually very aggressive towards characters that are weakened and do not fuck around. Our reward for beating him is the Rune Drive, and our latest dungeon is complete. Upon return, Emma wants to confide in you after they throw you a house party. Here, a generic conversation occurs with an admittedly interesting sunrise in the background. This is interrupted by Alizad, who is giving an ultimatum to return the Rune Drive, or the baddies promise to slaughter everyone. This forces the town to evacuate while the party remains to battle everyone. No one shows up, prompting the team to realize that this was predicted by Alizad, and that we need to head south to the shrine that claims to be a safe haven due to a shield that had already failed one town in spectacular fashion. No one knows why the plan failed, but we do get to explore the area for some goodies and bonk this doggo on the head. Hey, come on. Ah, shit! This actually surprised me more than I care to admit, which I guess I just did. This fight was tough as balls, making me use up a lot of my healing consumables, but after we prevail, it allows us to deduce what went wrong. You're taunted by the evil forces and now can proceed to fight Alizad on the basement level. It's a quick and easy fight before we can return to town, and Nikolai and co. augment the golem to allow it to break any magical seal surrounding the Death Star, photosphere. The photosphere is a fun little area that let me make liberal use of the roller skates in a desperate need to avoid battling, featuring plenty of obstacles and a small stealth segment to boot. The hooded figure assists the group once we find a dead end, but promises the goals we have are aligned. That we both don't want absolute complete annihilation of all life in existence. That's a great common goal you got there, buddy. You reached the teardrop, and everyone in the room, including the player, is waiting for the shoe to drop. Instead, the robed figure arises to explain that this is our one chance to kill Mother, and slinks away. I'll see you later. After I misinterpret where to go from here, warp back to the town and rest up, I reach Mother past this stealth sequence for our final confrontation. She's nothing spectacular, but does hit you with random status effects which will always annoy the fuck out of me due to sheer randomness. She goes down, but not without sinking this photosphere to the bottom of the ocean while churning out some terribly translated trash talk. My beauty strikes my thought for the last time. This is the ultimate beauty I can experience, the scattering of self. Shit is going down and we are all doomed. Just kidding. Jane is here along with Bart and Sweet Candy to rescue the group. We got the teardrop back and everything is wrapped up nicely. Much quicker than usual. Okay, psych. The remaining knights arrive on the boat, surrounding the group with their immense numbers and power. But in typical villain fashion, they teleport away after taunting the group rather than just killing us, allowing us to level up and equip ourselves. Smart. Back at the castle, Emma becomes the self-proclaimed leader of the Emma Intelligence Agency. You hand over the book on Iron Birds, a long-lost technology centered around the idea of ships that sail the air. Setting upon the seas once again, now that we have the teardrop, a weird cyclone in this area is now trying to contact us. It's through trial and error and or reading the walkthrough to save myself an hour of wandering, so we do not need to talk to this guy in particular to learn of what spirit is trying to call us out. Upon our return, the being warps us to another dungeon. Do you like pushing things onto blocks? So do I, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. At the end, Legaia, the eternal flutist, gives us insight into the plans of the spirit realm. Lady Harkin arrives for our boss battle of this area, whom proves to be a pushover. She doesn't die, which means we'll have to fight this boss again. I just can't wait for that. Rather than getting another quest item for our troubles, we get another fast draw for Jabba Dabba and access the inner seas and immediate ass-whipping in the random battles. Here the game opens up a bit to allow the group to find the arena, which we are not equipped to handle at the moment, and an upgraded magic graph that gives us all the actually good magic in the game, making Slurp, the most valuable character going forward. I also become irritated at the lack of a map that the sign pointed out to me earlier, and decided to run through the mountain pass again, this time equipped with a random encounter reducer, which I titled appropriately. I look up and down for this thing, but all but gave up, until I realized where I missed it, which makes me question my ability to see things properly. Okay, back to the story. We head to the Demon Lab with a remarkably unremarkable isometric perspective elevator ride that gets reused 3 times. You'll discover some of the evil people's plans to harness the golem as weaponry and the usage of the dark tier. By having possession of the good tier, they have reverse engineered it for the purposes of evil. God, I love old storytelling. It's so generic that it becomes its own kind of awesome. Anywho, you run into Lady Harkin again for another battle, and once finished, you gain more hints of the backstory between her and Jabba Dabba. Now that we have this info, we now, by sheer randomness, return to Baskar Village to talk to this guy, gaining knowledge of the lab to the west, containing an Ocarina of Time, golem summoning. We arrive through the Wandering Isle to the Dead Sanctuary, a lengthy push-block affair ending with another battle with Boomerang, who once again doesn't die, but preludes to what I'm guessing will be a trifecta of fights. Before we get to leave, we're pulled into a dimensional rift from the baddies, and another surprise dungeon awaits us. This one ends up having some comic relief from Zed, who is thwarted repeatedly by some simple puzzle solving, although I need to admit this one got me for a minute. You finally reach Zed, who unleashes the Golem Diablo on you, who hits like a tank. Probably because it is one. After you slap it down, you make your way to Zed once again, who is pushed aside by Siegfried, who wisely does not want to fuck around anymore. But since he didn't murk us the first 5 opportunities, we are able to overcome his Golbez looking ass swiftly, causing this sequence to occur where he overloads the generator while trying to pull everyone inside. He grapples Thrillho, who slices off his own arm to prevent a pull-in. The party escapes using a miracle from the tier, while Siegfried ends up back at the destroyed photosphere. He's crawling away when a familiar laugh dot wave emanates from above, with this rather creepy outcome. With your powers combined, we'll have a final boss, methinks. Meanwhile, it's discovered that Thrillho is actually cybernetic and cannot be healed by conventional means, besides the 1,000 times he's been healed in this game up to this point, but you get the idea. To cure him, the remaining 2 party members head to Rosetta Town to talk to the Elu character, who sends us back 1,000 years into the past by slicing her arm, like, really wide open. The tribesmen of this time are very peculiar towards humans, but eventually buckle to pressure from ideologies of saving the world. So our next task is to track down Mariel's brother Vasim, who was exiled due to his sheer awesomeness, who may be Thrillho's only hope. But first, we need to travel through the forest prison, a maze featuring a dog that tells us the solution to finding the exit. But first, I mercifully stumble on one of the 2 upcoming tasks, finding this guardian in the largest chest in the game. Finding Vasim, he is reluctant to heal our hero due to the risk of tampering with the creating of the ultimate weapon, his reason for exile. But through a series of seemingly endless moralistic platitudes, we convince him of our needs, and he gives us 2 things to find. One we already found, and the other is a book called Dele Metallica, one of maybe 5 things I remember from playing this game 28 years ago, and by a miracle back then, something I also took a mental note of during Slurp's tutorial. It's a book in the final room of her initial dungeon, sitting on a shelf. All we need to do is reach it again, and we will warp to the book's dimension. De La Metallica is a very linear dungeon with some vague puzzles thrown in to give you more opportunities to kill books, which I end up doing on the behest of the walkthrough, in the off chance of this book dropping the Necronomicon, Slurp's ultimate left-hand object. I finally ground for it, and got an immediate statistic boner from the result. Good shit, David K. Even Slurp's excited for it. Look at that little butt wiggle. After reaching the end, Slurp is sharing a dream with Thrillho, who is repeatedly comforted by his adopted father in various scenarios where he is rejected by children for being different. If it weren't for the outdated translation and sentimental garbage, this would be an effective scene nowadays. But to be fair, this was perfectly acceptable storytelling at this precise moment in history. Slurps keeps trying to call out for Thrillho to snap out of it, revealing the dream-eating bitch Elizabeth I to be the culprit. You slap her down in order to wake up, with our silent protagonist staring out the window like a goddamn freak. With our party reunited and our Elu character parting ways, we switch gears upon re-entry into the normal timeline, with Emma showing us the Proto-Wing, our airship of wild arms. It currently does not fly over mountains, meaning it only has about 2 spots in the map it can actually travel to that isn't already traversable. It's also presented in a hideous perspective that I simply cannot wrap my head around, as we're dealing with PlayStation hardware, and this looks like shit and is nauseating. We need to collect one of 2 pieces of Gemini circuits found in the peculiarly named Gemini's corpse. It's a fairly tricky dungeon, utilizing a lot of the tools that we've acquainted thus far, but nothing that can't be figured out in seconds of pondering. After we smack the metal drake down at the end, we report our success to Emma, who is hearing good news about Bart's findings of the other circuit until she hears the bad news seconds later. The ship is destroyed right after this terrible joke aimed at the 4th wall. The ship is lost, and the team presumes the other Gemini circuit lost at sea. We reconvene at Castle Adelheid, where we collectively shrug at the next step. The next step? Go right back to the beach at the graveyard because it washed up ashore. Basically, either developers really wanted you to read the foreshadowing from the occasional townsfolk about how everything washes up on that beach, or they wanted you to explore every option on the map before exhausting your options, returning you to the exact fucking spot you were a minute ago. Based on my rage thinking about the amount of lost time every gamer has likely suffered in this area, I'm going with the latter. The ship is now upgraded and we now can fly much higher, unlocking the entire map, which is, I think, about 2 more spots. The first spot is Pandemonium. This dungeon starts off fairly standard, but is quickly given a boss battle against Gamera. After this fight, we are trapped and imprisoned into individual cells, and our only hope is this rat. Thankfully, Handpan doesn't have to fight anything, but I do suffer this utter bullshit here for going in this direction for no reason other than to waste my time. Fuck off, devs. The rest of this dungeon is swapping characters to get everyone together using some standard trickery. We fight the Demon Prophet to exit the area, who prophesizes his demise about 5 seconds before croaking. We fight another boss, Shazam, before reaching the end of Pandemonium, finally reaching the Darkness tier. It shoots out evil to the same satellites that we used to teleport earlier in the game, bringing about a diet version of Kefka's destruction in Final Fantasy III. And I'm going to call it 3 for the rest of my life, fuckers. Come at me. Jabba Dabba breaks the crystal, injuring himself and freeing his former knight in arms, spoiler, and once awakened needs to settle the score. We drop at Artica Castle and Jabba Dabba fights Harkin in a 1v1 battle, wounding her mortally. Not much mortally that she won't shower us with vacacious bullshit afterwards, but maybe it's the urge to finish this game creeping in. Here are a few words for you from the dead. I don't care how boring or terrible things get. Protect this world, the world that provided for us to meet. During this tragedy, this guardian is summoned in the middle of the death scene, creating a comically awkward moment that I think missed the mark of its intended seriousness. It reminds me of the tree growing out of the old man in Legend of Legaia. Because this makes up for how tragic the scenario is. Now watch as this fresh corpse gets enveloped by a tree. Woo! It just doesn't work. At the end of this dungeon, a calamity is unfolding from the events earlier, and the beautifully named evil tower rises from the ocean. Kadingle, the power deemed too uncontrollable to be used by the Guardians, has been found by Siegfried. All the jokes aside from the name Kadingle, it looks like a fine final dungeon to approach. You fight Boomerang one last time at the entrance, and he's so impressed with us that he sacrifices himself for us to press onward, despite being able to walk right back a second later to retrieve his weapon. Now to press onward. I'm not going to lie, my experience with the final dungeon took a lot of energy out of me. What is expected for a final dungeon still managed to surprise me in regards to absolute pain and misery in the form of pure, unadulterated time wasting, from extremely tough enemies that are all but impossible to run away from, confusing, samey hallways, and pipes containing legitimately good endgame gear that you should most certainly equip for the fights ahead, and one of the most insidiously designed asshole dungeon minigames I have ever seen. I did not have fun at the end and lost all of my patience in one fell swoop. Adding to this is the complete lack of returning to the overworld without having to retread the entire goddamn thing all over again, and I found myself nearly out of magic consumables at the conclusion, making it stressful to boot. To put it another way, this dungeon sucked hard, succulent butt cheeks. At the end of the first segment, we also get to finish off Alazad, who derobes to reveal a rather interesting monster design, especially for this game. He goes kaput and we transport deeper within. There's a trifecta of mini dungeons to acquire 3 objects: the wings, arms, and eye. After what felt like an eternity, I place all 3 in for the final confrontation, or at least I thought. See, in this cave, there are around 8 chests containing the eye, and only one way to know which one is correct is to pass by this eye to see if it's the right one, or you have to put it back, and guess again by running through the tunnels, fighting random encounters the entire time. But hey, just follow the walkthrough, right? Well, there's a problem with that there too, Mr. Guy. Joking or not, he completely fucks up this exact part of the walkthrough, leaving me likely more confused than I ever would have by just guessing, since I ended up finding the correct one on my 7th attempt. That's 6 returns to the previous chest. I guess I deserve this for reading the reference, don't I? Fuck the developers, screw anyone that defends this nonsense. Moving on before I smash my keyboard into submission while typing the script for this. You can tell I'm more relaxed now that I'm doing the voice. Placing the utter bullshit into each slot will grant us the final confrontation. Siegfried pops out once again to antagonize everyone with his ever-changing motivations. Upon defeat, he still unleashes his full might of the machine, creating a sort of eclipse on the world. He disappears to be replaced with Motherfried, a tasty combination of Mother and Siegfried. This fight is a lot tougher, as to be expected, but isn't the end of the world. After we prevail, our happy music finally plays out, shoe ready to drop at any moment, since we have full control of the game still. And now we have our final confrontation, baby. He's pretty easy since we have a lot of OP consumables left, but this game didn't make having those necessarily easy either. Ha 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 ha, no one can beat me, and then proceeds to be beaten. Our heroes teleport to the entrance and in a last-ditch effort to save them are shielded by our golem friend. What a guy. The ending of Wild Arms might be heartwarming to many, and I'm not there to ruin that for you, but I advise you to watch a long play for the whole experience. I, however, have become so jaded to the absolute mountain of preachy garbage that these characters spew out of their faces regarding courage, love, and friendship that I almost actually got sick to my stomach. It's very long, very thorough, and essentially is what you would want if you were truly invested as a kid playing this. As an adult, it's rough. What I'm trying to say is, it's perfectly fine as an ending, just not my cup of joe. The exacerbation of finally finishing this game has not lost its luster, and having cut out days, literally days of random battle time wasted by fast forwarding through the tedium, I simply cannot fathom how I had the patience for this back then. It's actually some of the most egregious random encounter rates I've seen, not necessarily by the raid itself, but the amount of exposure to it over the course of the many dungeons you traverse in the game. That's the part of the game I also found endearing. The sheer quantity of content in this game reminded me of this exact time in history. This is an era of longer games being a selling point, regardless of why that is. Sequences that are dragged on too long were rarely called out in publications, who in retrospect probably didn't even beat the game half the time. So to sell more copies and to boast about having an 80-hour long adventure for $60 helped that parent buy this thing over the other games, at least in theory. There's so many things that are out of date with this title, but at the same time were perfectly fine back then. Random encounters were the norm. The triple protagonist game style was standard at this point, much to the dismay of people like I that enjoy challenge when fighting in RPGs, beyond paying attention and grinding. The story was as mature as any of the competing titles were, as once again, the big man on campus wasn't quite out yet to throw out conventional JRPG storytelling and presentation out the window. The battle system starts off very boring and does little to make things interesting. It takes around 20 hours of gameplay back then, before the plot and added gameplay mechanics to start to get your attention during encounters. Mainly an insistence of a plethora of status ailments that at no point in this game will have an issue applying to your characters. Pretty much all of my deaths on this revisit were by triple application of stun locks that kept me from doing much to address it, which made me into a sad panda. But having a challenge on this level kept the game from becoming stale, so it's at least something to pay attention to, especially with the dreaded 3-player battle system, something that I personally just dislike for the lack of complexity in a clearly not at all complex system. The game isn't original whatsoever outside of the motif that its sales pitch is presented, a spaghetti western added with some sci-fi sprinkled on. And that definitely works. Just about every overworld segment is lifted shamelessly, almost illegally, from Zelda, A Link to the Past. But since that is a timeless classic, ripping off the best isn't the worst thing if it's done right. And they certainly nailed that part of the game. My true gripe, regardless of the time this game was made, is the layout of these dungeons, that on occasion are just slapped together to waste the player's time, and with the amount of the typical bullshit reasons why you progress will stunt on a playthrough, it's just a meanie thing to do, bruh. Why do you gotta do that, bruh? With those gripes out of the way, I do appreciate the overworld design with this. Not necessarily by that presentation, although that's fine, but the way you slowly unlock progression and access more of the overworld in a careful manner, keeping the world alive and feeling like you can explore back and forth rather than just moving in a straight line. The NPCs are programmed well to keep up with current events and keep you invested in speaking to them, sometimes keeping very vital information in their little prompts. Again, it's nothing new whatsoever, but it's executed well here. A comparison is the theft of joy, but there is no way people back then, including myself, didn't have the magazine images of Final Fantasy VII in their minds when these obnoxiously oversized character models plopped on screen. I also question the fantastically drawn initial FMV sequences style truncated into these super deformed models that also will be squished into these things when the battle starts, which is where so much of this time is spent. The key to these games having a successful loop, in my opinion, lies in connecting with your characters in these fight sequences, feeling powerful and badass when you unleash your ultimate attack, and so forth. Here you have your Lego-looking motherfucker that is not well animated, and most attacks look identical to the last one, with only some numbers popping up to signify any real change. Accompanying this is a very mediocre soundtrack with a couple of bangers carrying the heavy load. I remember so many times taking in deep breath before getting the will to continue this adventure, knowing the length of time between saving your progress took sometimes hours due to the tedium. But that opening theme, brother. It's just so goddamn good, as is the overworld theme. You want a spicy hot take? I believe that a really good theme song can carry so much more weight than a story than just about everything else. And as a consequence, Skyrim remains one of the most overrated games of all time, as that fucking theme song carried the game's utter RNG, endless side-questing bullshit on its back for dozens of hours beyond what the game actually offers people. Oh, fuck! Oh, sorry, slipped on my soapbox. So, Wild Arms. What an adventure this game was. Riding the wave between old school gameplay mechanics and trying to live in the enormous shadow of its inevitable competitor made this a relic in time. It was a success in the minds of its players, maintaining a base of classic JRPG fans that has released up to the PlayStation 4, and in the age of endless reboots of old games, who knows, we might get one yet. Would it have an endless hallway design instead of an open world to explore? You bet your ass. The specific genre is all but dead to the world, buddy. Sorry. Now march.
and pirates. Among all these enemies is the vile
This guy thinks he's a big hotshot, huh? Beating all the Final Fantasy games without gold. Well, Mr. Hotshot, what about this challenge? Beat Final Fantasy 15. That's it. Just beat the game. Just get through it without giving up on life. That's what I did. I'm a big man. I'm a big boy. Time for a nap. Final Fantasy 15 is a game from the great year of 2016 on the Xbox One. And not just any game, it's one of the most confounding pieces of media that I have ever encountered. Imagine, if you will, a world where Battlefield Earth was praised by millions for its sharp, witty dialogue, its intricate and highly intelligent storyline, and flawless execution of Dutch angles. And I'm not talking ironically either. Everyone just loves this masterpiece. And you, the viewer of this garbage, just looks around and says, what? This is my experience with Final Fantasy 15, at least in online format. It is one of the most profitable RPGs Square Enix has ever made, having sold 10 million units worldwide. I was one of those 10 million, seeing the reviews and graphics with a fair amount of skepticism. I was aware of the development hell that this game had gone through, having its roots seeded as far back as 2006, but the smattering of positivity couldn't possibly be all wrong, right? Well, I can tell you one thing about any piece of media that I've played or watched in my many decades of consumption. None of those, and I repeat, none, has a disclaimer of what the media is intended for at the splash screen. Are you serious? Here's the thing. I get it. I was a huge fan of Final Fantasy VIII when it came out. It had this badass intro with big production numbers thrown into it, an emo dude duking it out with another emo dude, and an endless imagination of what could be. And playing through that masterpiece, it took a long time later for the once great Spoony One to reopen some of those old wounds of incredibly bad gameplay decisions that I had blindly closed up. I myself took another look at how disastrously lifeless and confusing the plot was, the insufferable sequences of inhibiting similar characters, and just about every other thing that we as fanboys took a blind eye to. So when I look at these smattering of 5-star reviews of what I believe to have been the actual death of a franchise, I just sit back and think, maybe they are just blind to how bad this game is. Maybe, just maybe, if I do a deep, nuanced dive into this abomination, I can reach at least one of you. Then it'll all be worth it. In my opinion, this game is objectively terrible, and I'm going to prove it to you. Or, just maybe, I've been in the wrong all along and I'll end up liking it. Let's find out. I'll be replaying this on the Xbox One Series X, which will be alleviating one of the issues that I alone happened to jot down, and absolutely zero journalists mentioned with their wad of cash in their back pockets. That when fast traveling via the map on the Xbox One X, which as a reminder was the mid-generation upgrade to the Day 1 edition, took upwards of 5 fucking minutes to load. Never in any game in history in my decades of playing video games have I endured a load time this long. I'm sure some Commodore 64 games had this back in the 1980s, but this is the 2010s. I thought we were past load times this bad. Regardless, it's an issue of the past now, so I am thankful I will not have to be dealing with that this time around, which is my third time attempting this game, by the way. The game stars, for its entirety, 4 band boy heroes: Noctis, our protagonist and Leonardo of the Ninja Turtles; Gladiolus, aka Chuck McManlarge, aka Cumgutters, aka Raphael, he's cool but rude, with his idle animation set for any girls playing this game as a thirst trap, and some of the men, naturally. Ignis, whom was likely Percy's blueprint for Vox Machina, right down to the shitty British accent, and he's clearly Donatello if that wasn't obvious. Which leaves us with Prompto, the Michelangelo, our resident dummy and goofy, fun-loving shithead of the group. They're all dressed in black in the center of a desert badland, proving that style is always more than substance, just like the entirety of the upcoming experience. Each and every one of these characters sports an infuriating choice of red-colored treads on their feet, which I can only guess was to draw attention to the unnecessary detail of said feat, but all it does is cause me to look at it for most of the running in this game. The game's opening, upon replaying it, is fine. I honestly can't sit here and critique how these children are unaware of how to handle a vehicle in this world, as this is a very likely outcome of 4 spoiled brats having access to a premium vehicle for the first time. The song Stand By Me is nicely renditioned, but a tad out of place, but I'll let it slide. I'm really trying to not hate the game on rebooting and thinking that I might be the issue, so let's just move on, shall we?
I need only know that you are ready to leave home behind.
Don't know about you, but I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Take care on the long road. Wheresoever you should go, the line of Lucis goes with you. Walk tall, my son.
Hey there, y'all kept a girl waiting. Now, which one's the prince?
Holy hell, I forgot about Cindy. I take it all back, this is the best game ever made. Oh my Lanta. To put it lightly, I would lick her from the back of her head to her chin, the long way. And we meet our Cid of this Final Fantasy, and he is such a good mechanic, he can diagnose the issue without even popping the hood. This gives us time to get acquainted with combat and questing in the game, by first killing some scorpions, followed by finding a guy with a sprained ankle. He tasks you with finding the beast that bested him and busting his balls before sundown. Before you arrive, Ignis stalls us to camp as to teach us the camping mechanics. Just arrive at a campsite, press A, and have them pull an entire suite of camping supplies directly out of their asses to prepare a sweet meal, giving us a stat boost of our choice. And just like in Dragon's Dogma 2, we're also treated with an annoyingly well-renditioned foodstuff in our faces, making me hungry for no reason. Arriving at the tutorial boss, we learn how to use abilities in combat and pretend that this requires skill of some kind, finally smacking down the big guy. The walk back is tedious, but is meant to convey the space that the car is going to cover once we get it up and running. Once we get our vehicle back, we're given a forced side quest on the behest of the unbelievably hot character who might suck the spit out of her straw if it made her day. I know that's gross, that's the point. You have no idea the length I'd go through with my current level of desperation. Do you know how hard it is to type in a script with licks all over your monitor? Okay, I'm done. Psych, no I'm not. I would gargle those cheeks until I got dysentery. I would volunteer to be behind her in a humid centipede trial. I would like to be held by her in a warm embrace of coitus. Using her as fuel, and maybe a day or two of preparation, I could hit a target from across the room, if you catch my drift. Alright, now I'm done. I would drink her bathwater. I would crawl through broken glass just to smell her hair. And I don't mean the hair on her head, I mean her armpit hair. I want to suck the lint from her toes. We drop off our bullshit and head for our first outpost, Galden K. We meet our super sus character here.
I'm afraid you're out of luck.
Are we?
The boats bring you here.
What about them?
Well, they'll not take you forth.
And what's your story?
I'm an impatient traveler, ready to turn ship. The ceasefire's getting us nowhere.
What's this? Some sort of souvenir?
They make those? What? No.
Consider it your allowance.
Huh?
Yeah. And who's allowing us?
A man of no consequence.
Yeah, right.
We can't use the boat as intended to cross the sea, and this obnoxiously accented reporter forces us to do a side quest, as evidenced by this bullshit RPG mechanic of illusionary choice.
Real shame if you were late to your own wedding. Right, Prince Noctis? Name's Dino, by the way. Pleasure. If you want to remain incognito, I'll respect your wish. In exchange for a favor.
I make the mistake of hitting A next to this cat and pick up another side quest. For those that don't know, cats don't wait for humans to feed them sitting in the open. You'll know when those bastards want food from you. The quest for finding a small rock commences, where you drive a short bit up the road to find an empty space, wander around, and find a 40-foot tall flying creature in a spectacle of "look, our game looks great." Nothing else happens, and you return to the vehicle to return the stone. You spend the night after procuring a boat across the ocean, and in the middle of the night, a cutscene occurs.
There was an attack. The Imperial Army has taken the Crown City.
As treaty room tempers flared, blast lit the night sky. When the smoke about the Citadel had cleared, the king was found dead.
No, wait. Hold on.
Our confused heroes drive the compensator Type D back to the castle to be met by a checkpoint. So they cut over to the side to investigate Squeak Solaris's possibly dead father. We bash our way to a cliffside and realize that there's not a single reason to have gone this way.
You made it.
What the hell's going on?
Where are you?
Outside the city, with no way back in.
Makes sense.
Makes sense? Are you serious? What about any of this makes sense? The news just told me I'm dead, along with my father and Luna.
Listen, I'm heading out to Hammerhead. About the king. It's true. If you're looking for the whole truth, you know where to find me. Get moving.
Having personally gotten this call within the last year, this line hits differently than in 2017. But good thing this game wraps up this scene with an EXP breakdown and some cheery music. After that horrible tonal transition, we head back to Hammerhead for some more bouncing around. But before we get there, we need to rest for the night by using this camper that rewards us with 1.2 times EXP. But the real reason we are excited for this are these plastic chairs, baby. Fuck yes. They are plastic. They are made of atoms arranged in a chair-like shape for you non-Euclideans out there. There's a bunch of these chairs, and these spoiled children can't get enough of them. Plastic chairs. Is there anything they can't do? Head over to the small outpost to meet up with this gal, who then has you meet up with Core in person.
At last, Your Highness. The power of kings passed from the old to the new through the bonding of souls. One such soul lies before you. To claim your forebear's power is your birthright and duty as king.
Guess he left me no choice.
Now we gain an ultimate-ish weapon and have to escort our resident badass, who is mid-level 30s, and I immediately exploit this to kill this nearby high-level enemy before reaching our first dungeon.
Here we go.
Keep it real, huh?
Huh? Look!
There's a door.
What is this place?
It appears to have been a shelter.
People lived here?
Those seeking refuge from war, most likely.
Wars. Huh. What are they good? Huh. What's this? A cable. Wonder where it leads.
We can follow it and see.
A generator?
So it would appear.
Might still run. Start her up.
Oh my god, shut up. Oh, the hatred's coming back, baby. The design of this dungeon is a literal copy and paste of hallways with a 50-50 chance of each identical looking door to open, and plenty of loading cracks to squeeze through. Gotta buffer that next series of exact same hallways after all. Get the Super Axe thingy, and it's a merciful QuickTime boost back to the beginning of the dungeon.
Yeah?
Finally picked up. Thought I'd lost another king. The Empire's begun construction of a new base. I believe you've met Monica. She can fill you in on the details. Go see her.
What's up? People to see, bases to burn. Let's go see Monica at the outpost.
We find our contact again for our next mission to disable the nearby army checkpoint. But first, I happen to run back to Hammerhead to eat, and this curious thing occurs.
Another test from the old man. He sure is hard on us.
I think he's worried about us.
He wants us to prove that we can make it out here.
Oopsie, looks like the programmers didn't put in the Dead King flag to whenever this line occurred. Heading to the secret tunnel to behind the blockade, this lady is here to greet us in her business attire. We are to split up while Nock fights with Kor, to listen to his rambling about knighthood, and to get his ass beaten repeatedly. There's a boss battle at the end, and we are treated to the chapter's end with this oddly thematic choice. I am a great magician. Your car is now normal.
You get used to it.
Still a lot we haven't seen, though.
And a lot for us to do.
Yeah.
Buck up. We're just getting started.
Our next main stop is the city of Lestalem. But first, I get to take the wheel of the souped-up Legaia, Type Dick Extension Edition. Great start. Love the explosion.wave file played every single instance of pressing the accelerator.
No roads, no rules. And no one to hold us back.
Open world, boys. Open world. You meet Iris, Chuck Johnson's sister and resident cutie pie. She takes you around the town in a groan-inducing tour as I continue to question what it is I really do with my life.
For our first stop, we'll check out the marketplace. Follow me, right this way. You can get almost anything here. Isn't it great? I'd buy out the whole place if I could.
All these shops seem right up your alley.
You know me so well. Wow. Look at all this neat stuff. I'm gonna take a look. Give me just a sec. Done. Next, we're gonna see the power plant.
Once that's finally over, this 12-year-old gives you some expert local knowledge.
So, there's this legend about a sword, and the sword's supposed to be behind a waterfall nearby.
It may well be one of the lost tombs. Check it out?
Sure. Thanks for the tip, Talcott.
Shit, yeah, that's worth adventuring into the wilderness for. Adventure awaits. In all seriousness, this is where I originally gave up on the game, somewhere in between the 12th time where this annoying kid sang about chocobos, and I seriously asked myself, what the fuck is going on with this game's story? We're out in the middle of the night, behind a random waterfall, searching for a weapon that I probably won't use, as a member of royalty, getting my ass beat by Cthulhu-looking mother truckers because I can't get the timing down on parrying attacks. It's just so awful. But I persevered beyond my original quitting point as I can't not see what else this game throws at me. You get the thing and head back to the hotel to level up.
Damn, this place is hot.
Just take your shirt off.
Right afterwards, Nock is hit with a plot-progressing protagonist headache, which prompts the group to look towards the Titan Archean that is nestled in the nearby disk.
We ought to take a closer look at this so-called disk.
Then look no further than the Outlook. We can use the viewer things.
Using the viewer thing. You see, this guy is funny because he's an idiot, guys. I clapped. I clapped when he was being dumb. This douche arrives, introducing himself as Arden, whom, if there was an award for being the most suspicious character of all time, he would win. It would also be called the Littlefinger Award. He wants you to follow him in his automobile, proving once again that fans of this game do not know what a video game in fact is. That's right, I'm coming right at you, fans of Final Fantasy XV, and tell me one good element of the next 20 minutes of my life was worth.
Allow me to do the honor of assigning your driver. I choose you.
All yours, Ignis.
Come now, he always drives. Be a friend and let him rest for a change. You drive your car and I drive mine. Just to be clear, this isn't a race, it is a chase. You're not to pass me. Lose sight of me and you'll lose your way. And no tailgating. An accident would spoil the trip.
All right. Let's hit the road already.
Here we go. This will be a reference point for later, as I will objectively list the reasons this game sucks balls. Point number 1. Am I driving or not? When questioned on who's driving, I flat out said for Ignis to drive for me, and this game, or rather, Littlefinger tells me I have to do the driving. Okay, fine. So when he's done explaining the rules of how to follow a guy driving 30 miles per hour down a highway R, I finally gained control. Or do I? You see, the game has a follow the road mechanic, overriding the steering until I force my own hand to swerve around pointlessly. Think of it as riding the horse in The Witcher 3. Letting go of the steering reverts to following, except when dipshit here takes a turn, then the car continues to move in a straight line. It's at this point I now have to override the controls to follow correctly, just prior to being warned of a game over if this guy gets out of sight. Kind of like a racing game that has you chase someone, or in any GTA game. You know, games that let you control the fucking vehicle that you're in control of. It is such an abhorrent piece of gameplay that rides the line of interactive and non-interactive cutscenes that never, ever asked to exist. And I dare any defender of this game to justify a single second of it. We arrive at the disc, which was a 3-minute drive. Good thing we didn't lose sight of Arden. We never would have found this enormous structure sitting in the center of this area. You walk up to gain another ability just before getting sucked below for a trial by Titan.
This one's huge. Get away! Quickly! Knocked! I gotcha! Come on, pull yourself up.
Here, it's just Glad and Noct who is being such a bitch that Glad awkwardly grabs the annoying prick to try to shake some sense into him.
And I'm sick of your endless whining. Calm the hell down.
Get off my back.
Are you a man of royal blood, or aren't you?
Of course I am. I couldn't forget it if I tried. What about it?
When you can't focus, I focus for you. It's my job, so let me do it, all right?
All right.
Thanks, Glad. Can you shake up this douche more often? You'll reach a crescendo with the Titan seemingly trying to kill you every step of the way, and now it's payback time. In the form of a sequence so irritating that I thought I might uninstall the game mid-fight. I'll chalk this up ultimately to a misunderstanding of the game's choice of parry mechanics versus literally every other game to ever exist. But just for a minute, I want you to imagine playing the game right now. Its objective is to parry the Titan's attacks. So tell yourself, when do you press the left trigger to parry it? When it's flashing? When it stops flashing? When his arm is flashing? At the moment of impact? Imagine having tried every single option just for you to pause the game, look up a Reddit post for this exact same situation, and realize that you need to hold the button down, not press it, regardless of timing. I don't know why I bothered pausing the game, as you are in no danger of losing here. Just get a hit over and over and over again, since they didn't program a losing state with a 100-foot tall giant smashing you with his fist. But losing sight of that car? Game over. With this fight out of the way, our party is stranded at the bottom of the disc, and their only choice is to hop aboard with Arden, who reveals himself to be an Imperial Chancellor of all people. The group has no choice but to board the ship with them or they all die, which is a shame, since if they all did die, the game would officially end and I would be free of this plot. Alas, we find ourselves without the Regalia and all of its implied freedom of exploration and need to seek it out. Getting back to camp, we chase a doggo to find a mysterious character named Gentiana, here to prelude upcoming events and move the plot forward.
She's a messenger. A spirit. Faithful to the Oracle.
For real?
We're going beyond real now, pal.
What the hell does that mean? Our next busy work objective is to run in a direction for a mile, then in another direction for a mile, and finally, the last direction for a mile for a runestone to gain some ethereal power or some shit. I believe you're supposed to unlock the use of chocobos by killing something in this area, but since they failed to list it of a quest of any kind, I'm not going to bother. Straight line, get it done, get it done, get it done. The last runestone lies within this cave entrance, granted by a lightning strike. I then audibly groan at the dungeon marker, as I already know the bit.
I bet that's the spot lightning struck.
And we're supposed to go inside? Here we are. Fosha Hollow.
No telling what waits inside.
Stay sharp.
Always. We're drifting into the deep end.
Shut up!
That's it!
What's what?
I've come up with a new recipe.
Can't wait to try it.
I don't care. So the combat, as I might have mentioned, has been fine up to this point, but this dungeon put me into a fit of rage with its inclusion of so many annoying enemies. There's just no real way to strategically deal with them. It's more luck and having power levels to guarantee success, which I don't have much of either. A word popped into my head that describes this game's playthrough that I feel is more prominent than a lot of other words. Words such as ass, shit, lame, stupid, insulting, fuck you, which are all good words. But I think the word that truly describes this is hollow. Everything about this is empty. The dungeon, which I've already seen once, is a husk of assets to resemble a cave, with obvious aggro lines to engage in annoying combat with. The lines uttered by these kids try to breathe life into what is only considered a hallway design, ending with a fight with a broken AI and an utterly pointless decision.
Yo! Whatever that is, it's disgusting.
But at least when I died at the boss, I have to go all the way back to town since I didn't save at the entrance. So there's your element of challenge. Does wasting time out of my day count as fun? Does this look fun to you? Fans of this game, are the fights of this dungeon memorable, where you are constantly being poisoned while everyone mentions how you are poisoned, and there isn't dick all you can do to avoid it due to this shitty frame rate and jank camera?
I've come up with a new recipe.
I don't fucking care, Ignis, you suck! The only redeemable quality, if you can call it that, is the ability to skip a couple of encounters and one-liners by constantly jumping, overriding the game wanting you to slowly walk through this area. Until, of course, you can't. The worst offender so far is this open area where Prompto is jankily pulled away from the group by a giant snake. I think, and I'm not sure on this, that you are supposed to work your way around the area back to Prompto, but I'm able to warp right to him, prompting mayhem with all of the AI in both the replays of this encounter. This causes the group's AI to break, leaving me to fight this mind flayer to my lonesome. It's all about friendship and teamwork, people. A game for newcomers and veterans alike. After disposing of the boss, Noctis gets his next favor and we're able to warp out. We then get a call from Cindy.
Yeah?
Hey, Highness. About your car.
Yeah?
Well, I found her, but she's out of base.
Who was that?
Cindy. The Regalia's at an Imperial base. Oh boy.
This is nothing more than conjecture, but I suspect that ship was due to arrive far earlier. The thunder and lightning must have slowed it down. There's a chance they intend to transport the Regalia back to Niflheim.
We ought to thank the Thunder God for buying us some time.
So that's it. A flying ship tells Ignis that this particular ship is headed back to pick up the Regalia. Holy God, this man is an expert at deduction. Did Cindy say anything about me? I make a new attempt to find whatever is not allowing the use of chocobos, but manage to find this conveniently impassable wall of terrain, disguised as terrain I'm allowed to pass through, along with this lake that I can sometimes walk through and sometimes can't. I eventually give up and run towards the marker. And run. And run some more.
I want to ride my chocobo all day. Can't get it out of my head!
We get to the Imperial base where the car is kept, but first, a diversion of time. We must park our asses in the product-placed chairs so Ignis can devise us a sneaky plan.
So, any bright ideas, Ignis?
A dark one, as it were. A frontal assault would leave us exposed. But if we move under cover of night, we might be able to infiltrate the base unnoticed.
Oh, great. A sneaking mission. This will mix things up. I keep thinking, what if I missed out when I quit back in 2016 and 2019, and this game really does pick up steam? Until I reach the next part of the game and I am reminded of just how jank and inconsistent it can be. This stealth segment, if you want to call it that, starts off with purely scripted nonsense and confusing in-game camera changes that imply we're being seen, but we aren't.
Take cover.
It's gone.
Magitech armor.
Don't want to mess with one of those.
Ignis pulls the hero away to point out that there are spotlights in case the player is literally blind. Despite this fact, I'm dumbfounded on where to go until I give up and walk into the spotlight to progress. Just, oh god. Now we break into battle with the worst segment so far, and I'm wondering if the suck factor can get worse than this. A mech continues to beat my ass with untelegraphable attacks, but is quickly dispatched. But then the camera points up to a turret once the cavalry arrives, but in a moment of unbridled jank, the party is decimated from various things that I can't even figure out. I'm also getting sniped from somewhere. Where is this prick? Oh, there he is. I'm just going to return the favor. I said, return the favor. Return the favor. Who likes Final Fantasy 15? I'm starting to think they never even got past the car pushing scene and clapped their hands. This is garbage. Hot, slimy, bottom of the dumpster garbage. Now, this is the water that leaks onto Homer's feet garbage. The party is all KO'd, and I feel like the game's soft-locked until I find the last guy right there. Game's on, now to continue to decimate this base. The boss encounter is just unfinished. There's no other way to describe it. My teammates are in another time zone while I lose 100% health from this quadruple sniper combo and a mech. I destroy the objective, and from out of nowhere, the game says it's time for a summon. Okay. Here? No. Yes, maybe. Oh. Okay, that was cool looking. Still hate this game, probably more than any game in history. It's still hot, slimy garbage, but credit where it's due, that summon looked pretty cool. We now retread back to the car in this maze of fences and unfinished looking warehouses. Reaching the Legaia.
Guys?
Oh, what now?
Long has it been, Noctis.
Bravis.
You receive the storm's blessing, and yet you know nothing of the consequences.
Watch it.
Be still, all of you.
Not good.
Heir to a crown befitting no other. Witness his splendor and glory. All hail the chosen king.
Awful high and mighty for an Imperial rat, serving the enemy to hunt down Luna.
I do not serve, I command. The king's sworn shield.
You better believe it.
A weak shield protects not.
I'd say that's far enough. A hand, Highness.
Not from you.
Oh, but I'm here to help. Just so happens we have business of our own with the tutelary deity, don't we? Fare thee well, your majesty.
Something tells me that the most suspicious character of all time isn't who he claims to be. Finally getting back to the city, some more drama ensues.
The Empire came while you were gone. Poor Jared.
What do you mean? What happened to Jared?
There was nothing we could do! I couldn't stop them.
But I won't let the Empire get away with it. They'll pay for what they've done.
That night, Noct dreams the strangest, coolest looking promotional CGI for a game that never existed. That's supposed to be. Oh. The group decides to bring Captain Cutie along to your next destination, who sits between Noctis and her jacked up brother, so I decide the music most fitting for our drive is not making a pass with the hotness next to you, Genova from Final Fantasy VII.
I got some bad news, guys!
Oh, great.
What? Is that the sound of delaying the plot? Sure sounds like it. I can't wait to fight more of the Empire soldiers. Maybe they'll be mechs or snipers. You know, the thing we just did. But this time there will be more of them. We slyly approach the next base of operations for the Empire, killing random guards and then moving to the top of this tower to devise a plan. The plan is to split into two groups. One gets to have fun, and we, the player, get the worst trailing mission to ever exist.
Let's follow him. Seize him on my signal. Stay hidden till then.
Okay, Ignis, waiting for your signal. And trailing missions, mind you, are already the worst gaming experience any of us can ever have to endure, so that's really impressive to achieve. What the fuck do I do, game? There is no signal. You just walk to the side. This is ass. This is swamp ass. One wrong instant teleport and you will get game overed. On the plus side, the person we're trailing is going as slow as humanly possible. I finally get the opportunity to tackle a guy. Ignis is going to take care of him while I get sniped immediately and need a consumable. Just run around. Boss time. Remember when we just did this? Well, let's do it again. Love how I can never actually telegraph any of the mech's attacks and get one-shotted. But Trevlin, you should be at a higher level by doing side quests so you can just eat those attacks. I think I should be able to play the game the way I want to, by being able to see and dodge attacks. What are these brain-dead teammates doing? We finally fell the mech in time to be reunited with Iris. Or not. How about a ludicrous anime battle with this gal?
Hey, pretty boy. Let's see what you can do.
I get so very slapped by this woman. She likes to start the fight off with a combo that reminds me of What's-Her-Face from Elden Ring, immediately putting me into a danger state. When in this state, I need one of 3 compatriots to do anything other than stare at me to revive me from this, or continue to bleed out, or use up a valuable healing consumable. But since this area is jank as hell, I wouldn't count on it. The pathfinding for each friend is terrible at the best of times, and over I watch them stand around and wait for me to die. There are so many locations to zip to, including the boss that keeps flying into the air, which I sometimes target, or the group, causing the camera to go ape shit. Right when I started to get a solid strategy down, I get one-shotted while my friends sit and admire her craft, and we fade away to a double loading screen. On my third or fourth attempt, I run forward to fight her again from the checkpoint, but she's nowhere to be found. At first, I thought the game programmed in a mercy rule so you get to progress in the plot, but that's giving this game too much credit. Rather, the game bugged out, likely due to the fact that the asinine programming forces you to load twice each time you restart from this checkpoint. Something that I have never seen in a game in my life. So many firsts with this pile of garbage, none of them are good. But I'm just so enamored with how bad of an experience that the developers of this game crammed into this small area. I'm soft-locked here. There's no way out. Reaching the intended checkpoint is nothing more than a hollow, moot point of interest. The surrounding base is all hollow decoration, and I'm 99.9% certain that we are currently in a small game world that is not connected to the main map of the game, meaning that even escaping the base is impossible. So I'm forced to load my last save, back at the top of the tower. So here we are again, replaying this stupid shit to refight this woman. And a thought occurred to me, something I almost never do or think to do. Turn the difficulty to easy. I don't owe myself, or you, the game, or anyone on this planet, any justification of challenge. I've beaten most Souls games. I beat Dead Space 2 on the hardest setting. I think I can handle this game if I gave a solitary flying fuck about leveling up. No. Not happening. Call me a bitch if you want. I'll just reprise with this lovely montage of, quote, gameplay.
Take this! The curse!
Gladio!
Try this!
Hooked up!
Suck a CVC pipe. Easy mode makes for an easy boss, and I'm finally free of this encounter. Next, we are finally reunited with Iris, and we get to continue onward. And continue. And continue. Dude, just take me where I need to fucking go. When I finally get to the destination, I'm reunited with my future wife and sensual slave. While Iris waits patiently staring into this wall, Cindy informs us that we need mithril to get the boat running. And then this happens.
I think Miss Cindy might have told you already, but she needs a very special kind of ore called mithril to fix the boat.
Gonna have to ask you to handle this boat business without me.
Say what?
I got some business of my own to deal with.
Dude, those eyebrows. Now that it is several days later, we continue onward. Critics of the game, if there are any, say that the later parts of the game are very linear, which I'm curious what kind of linearity that is, considering that the entire game has been one glorified hallway up to this point. Yes, I'm sure there's a ton of side quests for getting cat food or killing a beast or other stupid shit, but the bottom line is that there's no openness to any of this game. It's all a delightful ruse and not much more than a pretty picture. An example is right here. This door magically opens up, making this entire area only accessible once you've triggered the previous cutscene. Why is it important for me to point this out? Because I don't want fans of this game to get away with thinking this game has a single solitary redeemable feature, including this open world horse shit. I told you I was going to be mean, and I'm still not sorry. You meet up with Littlefinger once more, who is hamming up his role so hard that you can mistake him for an oinker.
Mithril. It's a precious resource, you see. We can't just let anyone get their hands on it.
But you'll help us get ours on it, right?
I never said that.
Dude, just pull it back a little, please. The woman you just fought earlier is now going to be our escort for this dungeon, but only after nightfall. Why? Because day and night cycles are cool, dudes. I audibly sigh at the sight of the now dreaded dungeon symbol, for I now understand the upcoming mechanics at play. Huge, empty areas filled with spontaneous encounters? Check. Annoying character quips coming at a rapid fire pace? You betcha. Items on various spots represented with a single, sparkly effect rather than having a traditional treasure chest or any other means of visual interest. Yep. There's a boss at the end of this area, which is called out by our resident dweeb via meta commentary.
Spacious! They're so gonna be a big nasty here. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Showcasing yet again how the game's combat system is at best showboaty, but not at all intuitive. Where do I attack? The tail? The arms? The face? Does any of it matter? How do I dodge this attack? Or this one? So many questions, and none of them are ever answered. Hit the button until when? Da 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 da. In case you're ever wondering, this is what Mithril looks like. Hollow. This game is hollow. We part ways with our lady friend and return to rest. There's a bizarre transition where Noctis is placed into a hazmat suit and is tasked with killing creatures inhibiting a reactor core. Some dialogue is tossed in as to why this is occurring, but it's clear, at least to me, that this is stitched in to make use of the assets involved and stretch our game out. Noct is teamed up with a large guy with a familiar voice, which I still can't figure out if the game is actually trying to surprise me or not.
So, you might back up.
I thought we were partners.
Anyway, place is crawling with demons.
Wait a second. You sound familiar.
Save the talk. We got hunting to do.
It's so obviously glad that even the main character isn't bothering to play along, but when this dumb sequence is over, the rest of the party has a need to remind the player that this guy really is the mysterious hunter.
Big guy?
So the hunter who went on ahead.
The one and only. How you been, fellas?
Not bad. Whoa, someone did a number on you, though.
You should see the other guy. Anyway, I'm back, and better than ever.
There's also this line that on replaying made me realize that they did a nod to Final Fantasy VIII. Hint, don't remind people of better things in your shitty game or movie. It just makes me want to play or watch that instead. Yes, even Final Fantasy VIII. But only barely, that game also sucks. Once this busy work is over, you set sail for the city of Altissia, City of the Sea. There's a skippable sequence where the boys exposition yak for the better half of 10 minutes, while you kinda sorta control the boat. But like everything else in the game, it's a pretty sight with no substance. You're not meant to explore such beauty. Just sit back and listen to those guys talk for what feels like hours. You finally arrive and need to go to the Bar Magoo, according to Sid, who might be the oldest voice actor I've ever heard in my life.
McGee or Magoo or Mago, that's the one.
Dude sounds like he's had his fair share of Marlboro and Jameson shots in his day. To get to the bar, you need to not do what I did, and try every avenue of the city in a vain attempt to reach the dot on the screen while slowly losing your sanity.
Doesn't the power of kings wear you out?
Kinda. I feel groggy when I wake up in the morning.
I don't care.
Could that be the dress we read about?
Doubtless.
Want to check it out?
That's a
I don't care. Oh, cool, it's that street. Oh, it's that street. Great to know. I just want to get to the dot on the screen.
I want to ride my chocobo all day. Can't get it out of my head.
I want to back and prop those bitch ass face and bury him alive. No one will even care. I want to burn his stupid home to the ground with family and pets inside. No one nearby will be spared. You don't even have a fucking clue how serious I am. This is my dissertation. I just found his home using Google Maps. I'm headed for there now without a hesitation.
Oh boy, that's dark. I'm done. No, I'm not. You know I'm not.
I'll make sure the 19 words he'll hear with my hands around his throat, staring into his eyes. I can't get it out of my head, so I squeeze it out of yours through your burst capillaries.
This song was a parody and no something whatever. I'm good. All jokes here, folks. Where was I? You need to take the gondola. Fuck yes, I'm going to skip this ride. Are you kidding me? You reach the bar, finally, and the bartender is introduced. A very distinguished fellow with one of the most unsettling mouths in video game history. My eminence, I do not mean to be churlish, but I must inquire, what is wrong with your face? Camellia is introduced here as well, and she's here to kickstart the plot into the closest thing to another gear as it's probably going to get. You are given a flat-out warning that you're not able to access this city after this point, which is super disappointing. I'm really digging this music and one-liners from everybody. Once we meet up with Camellia, Noctis is tasked with acting kingly in a discussion of terms. Long story short, the crew is to help evacuate the citizens once the Oracle summons Leviathan, so that Noctis can receive the blessing of it.
Have faith, for our gods watch over us. By their blessings, by the stars that light the heavens above, our world will be delivered from the perils of the dark. By the sacred rite, I will commune with the Hydrian. But first, I offer you my solemn vow. On my honor as Oracle, I will not rest until the darkness is banished from our world and the light is restored.
There's an admittedly cool cutscene of Luna summoning the beast, instantly negated by the jank sequence of Noctis running towards the objective. Here, Pronto says to jump and there's no time to ask questions.
Prompto's headed your way.
But what about you guys?
We'll wait below. There's only room for two.
Noct, jump! What?
No time for questions!
Man.
I didn't edit out the music. There is no music here. This game is unfinished, even at the best of times, but the best part is here to come. After you finally hop on whatever the hell this thing is, we're given the illusion of gameplay so blatantly pointless that it would make David Cage frustrated. Now it's time for the big boss fight. Hoping it isn't as bad as the Titan fight. It is as bad as the Titan fight. Just look at this. Look at this shit, people. This is gameplay? A spastic camera with teleportation points that only work when they feel like it? With an ambiguous goal of fighting a literal god? You routinely get clipped through by Levi, even when he's striking him as intended, and take hits constantly, all while trying not to vomit from the constant camera changes. This goes on for way too long as well, and I start to feel like that I am doing something wrong. But this finally ends with the gaming trope of losing your ass anyway in cutscene form, which is what this sequence should have been. It does have some sense of epicness to it, but the audio mix is so far off the mark that it loses its momentum.
Now, about that ring. On second thought, you let him have it.
Oh, snap. I legit did not see that coming. I mean, the dude being one of the main villains certainly was, but that's harsh. Now Noct goes Super Saiyan, and we drag this fight out even longer, finally finishing this fucker off. Finally finishing him off. No. Still? No. Still? Fucking die already. You as well. Just kidding, that's kinda sad.
Dear Noctis.
It's even sadder that such a potentially great bit of tragedy was told in an incoherent, unfinished mess of an epic sequence. Ignis is injured from the attack as well, and honestly, I feel for this guy more than the protagonist at this point. This sad scene is interrupted with a giant completed sequence once again. Just why? Several weeks later, we begin in another new area. Glad shakes up our hero yet again, and I'm once again gaining points of likability for these characters. Not Prompto, of course, he can fuck off. Oh, hell yeah. That's the kind of gaming objective I have come to expect with Final Fantasy 15. Let's walk around a train for a while. +++ game of the century, maybe the greatest game of all time. As expected, the game continues to narrow down to complete linearity, which is no issue of mine since I can get this shit over with quicker. But to those that might have cared up to this point, the subquests for this area are all available at the train station, and our next objective is a mere hop into the elevator. Knowing the bit by now, I'm rewarded with air quote exploration by seeking out corners for various shinies before descending to our next busy work dungeon. We're here to locate the next Tomb of Pointlessness. Speaking of pointless, right before you drop down, Ignis asks if we are good to go.
Ready to set out? Don't worry about me.
And you're given a choice of whether to take him along, and choosing to leave him behind has almost no change in dialogue or outcome. Why does the game bother with these? The dungeon is basically meant to instill irritation to the player for keeping Ignis close by, as he's blind and stumbling around. The group is also complaining about me running ahead, and I could give a solitary fuck about that. Kill some things, hit switches, fight a Marlboro, you know, the usual. I fuck up the fight initially, as the game does its usual thing of not being consistent in what it wants out of me. When the boss continues to regenerate its health, I'm told to flee and regroup, so I flee and regroup. But since I missed the arrow of regrouping, the fight fully resets instead. Good shit. Good shit. Ignis uses the power of every video game ever made and figures out the weakness of the enemy is swallowing an explosive, validating his existence once again. And also, he bitches out the group to make everyone get along.
A moment. Is everything okay?
It bloody well isn't. One cannot lead by standing still. The king pushes onward, always, accepting the consequences and never looking back. Gladio, Noct will take his rightful place, but only once he's ready.
I'm acting 90% as cynical as usual, but this scene is told well enough. +1 to Ignis. After this shit is done, we head back to continue our journey. The train ride is interrupted by a crazy person dream sequence where Noctis sees Arden antagonizing him. And at least to me, it is incredibly obvious that he's pulling a switcheroo on him and is getting him to attack his own.
Buddy? Oh! Shut up! Be careful there! Wait, is this for real? Come on, Noct. You're scaring me. Seriously, man. Cut it out.
I do enjoy the over-actor portraying Arden voicing his lines like he is Prompto. I don't know, it's amusing. Nothing else for a while will be amusing once again, so I gotta take whatever win comes my way. You're now teamed up with an Imprompto Defend the Thing mission, which once again almost reaches heights of interesting gameplay, but is executed with such irritation that I end up hating it. You have to destroy these ships by bouncing around and targeting these exploding bots, but the jank factor is cranked up to 11 when trying to hit and run, and I almost always take a hit from utter nonsense. It's done soon enough, and haphazardly knocks his buddy off the train instead of the bad guy.
Oh! How long were you in the dark? How long were you in the dark?
Dude, do you think that guy's evil, bro? The next chapter is a train fight on top of the cars, and would you believe it, that it's almost interesting, but isn't fun to play at all. Once you reach the crescendo, you drop off the passengers with our resident anime gal, who gives you the obligatory Final Fantasy duo, Biggs and Wedge. Vix appears to be absent from this particular entry.
Hey, thanks for the lift.
We're happy to help. Can't say the climate will be as cooperative, though. You know?
Right, especially the gorge.
Holy fuck those accents, dude. Holy damn. Here, Noct is approached by more characters to remind him how sad everything is and how much Noct missed out on that oracle cake, wedding dress. This is going to be a theme that will be numbering as well in my synopsis for this game's lack of execution. There are many parts of the story that I feel are actually, no joke, quite interesting, but holy shit, they are told so poorly. This is one example of that. Why are you trying to make me feel guilty for her death in this manner, a character that you've barely introduced up to her demise? I have a theory, but it's only that, a theory. What is fact? That the execution of the story beats are terrible at best. We hop back on the train for the next confrontation. Once things get chilly, the group is forced to deal with something outside the train tracks. This is by all accounts one too many times this train is stopped, and it's not even the last time. Fight these enemies, the spontaneous boss that hits with way too much bullshit, and hop back on for another confrontation with Arden.
Stop! Stop, damn it! Where is he? Where's Prompto?
Oh, there you are. I'm worried about your friends. They've fallen and they can't get up. Why not lend them a hand? The face you wore the day.
Tiana, it's you. You're the Glacian.
The Frostbearer's blessing shall be his.
Oh my god, that outfit. I am speechless.
The Oracle is no longer of this world, but her thoughts remain.
What are you looking at?
I feel I've earned the right to call you Noct. For a moment I felt death's chill wind. Such is the might of the gods. But then I remembered I'm immortal. Such is my blessing and curse. Your attack hurt me, nevertheless. My feelings, at least.
I'm starting to think that Arden is the bad guy here. What do you think?
Once we arrive, we'll make for the keep.
The keep?
Zagnortus, an Imperial megafortress said to be impregnable.
With Prompto and the crystal inside it.
What goes in must come out. So, are we buying the story that the crystal can purge demons?
The proof is in the purging.
The hell?
What is it?
My guess, something to sidetrack us.
Mentioning the fault of the game design within your dialogue does not make it suck less. The train is halted in the next chapter for what I hope is the last time, and we go to investigate. Love that transition. Good stuff. We have to run for a car chase sequence, and for once I get to control the fucker all on my own. It's jank, of course. Oh, so jank. But we make it by the skin of our teeth just to be bombarded with hellfire, putting it out of commission. We then watch a cutscene we are supposed to feel attached for a vehicle, or it's the attachment with Pops. I don't know, it's weird, it's out of place, which in this game's story feels right at home at this point.
Dad. Thanks for everything.
The next sequence is very, very strange. When this train collapses, separating the group with a 10-foot tall object that everyone could easily climb over, we are given a choice of whom to control for the next time period, either Noctis or Glad. I chose Glad, which has the easy time disposing enemies in an essential power trip, where you get to bash things real good. It ends with multiple cutscenes showing how Ravis was actually vouching for Noct, but is dispatched quickly by Legolas, son of Legolas Legolas. Lego my ego, Legolas Legolas? Anyway, to the surprise of absolutely fucking no one, Arden betrays Ravis. Once you reach Noct, the game switches over, and it is this point that the lovely program that I used to capture footage, Streamlabs OBS, had its last surprise butt-sex update change all of my settings to default without me noticing. And the last, 3 hours of footage was without any audio. Well, my microphone was hot, so there's some reaction audio for you. Get up there! Fucking stupid fucking game sucks. So in my absolute commitment to presenting this game in its full glory to you, I played back from before the Leviathan fight all over again. You're welcome. Send help. Upon reaching the train crash where my audio was finally restored, I decide on the alternate Noct pathway, and boy howdy did I fuck up by doing that. Here you are introduced to the ring's power and can zap enemies with ease. You're also subjected to what seems like a lifetime of wandering hallways, slapping switches with your forearm, and hating your existence.
Another trick. Back to square one.
Just let me move on.
Security clearance raised to level 3. Access to level 3. Zones authorized.
That's one of my personal favorites. Oh, you should have seen the look on your face. You'd best hurry. Next time, it might really be your friend.
I don't care. Arden spends most of his time taunting you, which at this point is beyond grating. I'd rather listen to Kefka's laugh on loop for 30 minutes. There's barely a difference. At some point, I'd literally said fuck this and switched back to my original save file. I don't care how this segment ends anymore, so there you go, Defenders. The 10 minutes of bullshit hallway wandering that I missed out on was really what I missed out on. That and probably 70 side quests, but I'm absolutely positive at this point that they all sucked sausage. Reunited with Glad and Ignis, your next task is finding Prompto, who's been alluded to have been tortured or worse. My expectation that he's going to be grievously injured or some other sequence that will make the group prove themselves to overcome adversity of this impregnable fortress that we'd walked into. But lo and behold, he's attached to a thing, and you release him. No guard, no fight, nothing whatsoever but an attempt at tough love. It's so fucking dumb that he's just sitting here that I actually got angry. The game is so unfinished they couldn't even put a generic guard in front of him, let alone a boss fight, a puzzle, anything. The good news for me is that it's one less thing for me to get this shit done. Arriving in the center area that is holding back Noctis' power, Prompto has this revelation.
So, MTs, they've got those code prints. Just like I do.
Do they? Never looked.
Yeah. So as it turns out, I'm one of them. Not exactly something I could tell people growing up in Lucis.
We're done here. Come on, crown citizen.
You're one of us, right?
Unless you'd rather not be.
Okay then. It's like the game is parodying itself in its storytelling. Rather than having any kind of drama regarding this dweeb's backstory, the group just lets him do his thing. No drama necessary. An actual subversion of expectation. +1 Final Fantasy 15. You're way in the hole, but +1. You fight Legolas once again, and he alludes he'll be back. After a quick rest in bunk beds and a nice chat in the impregnable fortress that they walked into, you reach an obvious boss room to fight Ravis, master of the bitch slap. Once dispatched, you become overwhelmed by daemons, and Arden taunts you for the 80th time this game, prompting our protagonist to go alone to reach the crystal that will purge the demons away. Maybe.
Please. Help me stop the demons.
What? Arden Lucis Kylum is my proper name. You'll never guess his name is any of us. No, killing is mortal will bring this satisfaction. Playing the crystal's power, arise as its champion. Only once the crystal and the king are no more. I know redemption.
Oh my god, it didn't work? Or did it? Please take a mental note on how fast Arden resurrects after he's killed by these people.
The fate of this world falls to the King of Kings. His providence consecrated in the divine light of the crystal.
Bahamut, looking way more human-like than I last checked, gives you an exposition dump with some sick bass for a voice.
The heart of the crystal, wherein lies the soul of the star.
Ladies love a voice that deep, am I right?
That the king will gain the power to fulfill his calling.
And I'm demonetized. Noctis is given some time to reflect. So much time, in fact, that he reaches puberty. In what would be a shocking turn of events if the game didn't fucking lead off with these characters being more mature, is that we are 10 years in the future now, where the world is in ruin. Almost like a certain masterpiece of a game that had a world of ruin. But we don't like to think about good games right now. We're playing Final Fantasy 15. We start by making our way to Hammerhead, which looks to be a horribly long run with demon walls that one-shot you along the way. But you're picked up by Talcott, the little shit from earlier, who's grown up to be older than Noctis, who looks to be he grew into a fucking demon himself. I don't know, I get the attempt here of aging these characters, but something about Noc's face unsettles me now. He looks like a serial killer. And negative points for not giving me one more look at Cindy. That's bullshit. You are reunited with your crew, who has settled down for the area for the last 10 years, waiting for your return, I guess. Everyone looks almost identical after a decade, except Pronto's god-awful facial hair, but I suppose they couldn't afford to model anything else for this final sequence of events. And from here, we are able to set out to our final dungeon. I hope, please God, please end this.
Well, fellas, we're homeward bound at last. Time to suit up.
Finally get to rock these threads.
Wear them with pride.
Yeah. Just hope they still fit.
A final area is unlocked via this gate, negating any instance of, oh look, we souped up the Legaia for one last adventure. But if there's one thing this game has down pat, it's surprising me in the most unique ways. Almost none of them are good. Instead, you just get a loading screen to the final city area, run past 90% of your engagements inside the area, fight a Bahamut after taking a nap right next to him, take a nap after killing it, and fight Ifrit from the intro sequence. And fight some more. For fuck's sake. As far as boss battles go, this is one of the best ones in the game, meaning it's about tolerable. Now for the final confrontation. No, really, I mean that. Why wouldn't you trust me? But first we need to pick a photo from our adventures with a total play time of, do you want to guess? It's just under 16 hours, and that includes time paused. A Final Fantasy for first-timers and long-time fans. I, of course, opt for this picture. It's clearly my favorite.
Listen to your heart, Noct. And it's settled. That's the one? No backsies? Yeah.
Arden sits the throne. Not for long. This is my ascension.
The once helpless and hapless prince, is he now ready to claim his crown? Don't let us down. Let the games begin.
No. Now they end.
Let it be done till so you are the chosen king, but you are a second choice at best.
Battle of Arden is stupendously uneventful. Fight / a ton. You know, the Matrix 3. It's the Matrix 3. You / some more, bicker back and forth, call a summon again, and then do a second phase that is basically a bash-a-thon.
A war of attrition, then. That is how you would end it.
Until, well, he's dead. That's the game, people. For you have to understand, Arden is immortal until he isn't. Well, there is a 30-minute long ending here, starting with Noctis saying goodbye to his friends, sacrificing himself to being stabbed to death by ghosts, making him become one with the ring or something. So he will then bring his friends into the afterlife to extra kill Arden within its void. This kills Noctis for a second time, making this colloquially known as Super Dead, the ultimate sacrifice, which brings peace unto the land. An extremely dramatic scene unfolds during the credits with incredible acting, crying effects, and an overall tearjerk festival unfolds to make me more angry that a coherent game wasn't built around this story. But we continue with more blaring music, and another extra sequence unfolds. Yes! I knew they'd show my photo once more. See? He's alive. And so is she. I think. I don't know. Does anything in this fucking game make a lick of sense? I'm going with surprise revival after multi-death. Makes about as much sense as walking into an impregnable fortress. I promised an itemized list of the reasons that this game is objectively terrible, so look no further. Point number 1. The story is fine. It's told terribly! In parts, it's even good, or rather, it had the possibility to be good. Glazed over eyes and flapping fins would probably overlook some of the things I've noticed playing this game. But this game chose the path of telling a story with almost no reason to care about any of the characters involved from the get-go. You're introduced to an annoying protagonist and his boy band compatriots. They fall into hardship, learn to grow together, suffer loss and grief, and overcome overwhelming odds using the power of friendship. It sounds fine on paper, but when you take every single opportunity to jank up this story in the way that it's told, and I mean every single opportunity, it reminds me I'm playing a game that is completely unfinished from head to toe. Okay, the presentation is great, I won't deny that, when the game's loaded naturally. Point number 2, the detail is great, and that's usually the problem. There's tons of detail in the running animations, in the red treads of their fucking boots, slashing, knockback, it's all great stuff. The Coleman logos on the back of their seats, the tan line on Cindy's boobs, hats off to the art team. But when it comes to smooth animations, you run the risk of losing player input, and this is where the game takes a nosedive for me. I never, in the 18 hours of this replay, felt like I had control of what was happening. Blocking attacks felt random, as I couldn't count the number of times it failed me. Zipping around with Noctis's plot-driven warp strike for being the core element of his kit works like shit for a lack of better terminology. You can hang from ledges and regain a ton of MP and health, but the amount that you can hang almost feels random, and on occasion you take a ton of falling damage after the game says you can't hang there for that long. You need to reposition the camera during boss fights constantly, and whether or not you're getting targeted during this move is again random. You can use iframes during this zip until you can't, such as the ridiculous fight with Leviathan, whom I spent more time inside her character model than actually attacking it. Speaking of iframes, when all shit breaks loose camera-wise, you, the player, gain iframes while your teammate winds up the attack, but not the other teammates, making the use of these awkward at best. Stunning or putting enemies into a vulnerable state happens when the game feels like it, and once death blows are unlocked, will help dispatch them quickly, but don't use the team-up attack when this happens, that's a paddling. You'll basically throw the whole opportunity away. It's a shitstorm. It looks neat sometimes, it feels okay sometimes, but overall it's not great. Oh, and who the flying fuck thought that friendly fire with magic was a good idea? The music is often decent, sometimes real decent, although the main theme during the most epic sequences is just legally distinct Skyrim. Don't you dare tell me that this doesn't remind you of Skyrim, because that's a paddling. That leaves us with the voice work, which, as much as I make fun of this game, I can't fault any of it. It's fine. Gladios is probably the most wooden of the group, followed by Ignis, although they are fine overall. For what these characters are, hastily introduced people that don't get any real substance in this rushed, unfinished shit stain of a Final Fantasy entry. Look at this example.
What can I say? You guys are the best.
Now just imagine this scene attached to a game that wasn't a hollow shell of what the developers no doubt had in mind at one point, but finally had to shell out this fucking thing after years of development hell. It almost parallels Game of Thrones, not in its shitty ending season, but in its lost potential. At every key moment of the game's story beats, from its intro, the Leviathan encounter, hell, even the final one with the most generic bad guy I've seen in a decade, you get a foundation of a grand story. For those who support this game, I detect that these are the things you recall from the game more than anything, and I don't blame you. They lean so hard on remember this, and you were able to see through the bullshit and actually enjoy any part of this game. I could see how you could hold this game as a greater than a sum of its parts. If only the sum of its parts wasn't displayed on the splash screen. No, I won't forget that. That's marketing 101. Advertise your weakest point. If anything, this game could appeal to someone that has never played good games before this, leaving the occasional solid story element shine through the volley of turds that is dropped onto the player. the flat-out lie of an open world, and the actual realization that this grand adventure is in fact told within a few sentences, stretched out to 15 hours by skipping side quests. The prince is set off to wed to prevent a war, war is declared anyway, the king dies, and the prince is set on a quest to gain the power of kings. Along the way, he's given direction by the antagonist for reasons never made truly clear, and gains a blessing from Titan, and makes his way to the Oracle. The Oracle summons Leviathan to forge a covenant. She's killed by the antagonist, and the king receives its blessing. They regroup and set on a trip to find the last blessing of Shiva, and a train takes them across the country back to the capital, where the crystal is told to purge the demons that are continuously getting worse. The hero gets the crystal, ages 10 years, and fights the bad guy at the end with his friends, and dies at the end maybe. Did I really miss anything here? Do you think I could summarize Final Fantasy 3/6 this quickly? Fuck. Do you think I could summarize Final Fantasy 2/4, a game that came out in 1992? Point number 3, the game is unfinished. 1 year. One more year in the oven, and this game could have been fantastic. But there is so much wrong with this game that it should be criminal. I paid $60 for this game, plus tax. But that's besides the point. The entire experience is completely hollow from the first outpost all the way to the end. Countless inconsistencies, the ability to soup up the Regalia in the opening act just for it to revert itself so the cutscenes would line up. A dream sequence of a promotional video, the completely shoot-in reactor sequence, visual glitches, double loading screens resulting in game-ending bugs. But the worst of all is its overall design to drive or run in a very wide, but still, hallway, maintaining itself as an open world. I can make a flat plane in Unity in about 5 minutes and call it an open world. I got spare time. But what's present here isn't fun for me, not even a bit, which leads us to the last reason. Point number 4. The game is not fun to play. I did not enjoy 1 minute of Final Fantasy 15. Not one. It's like the game was designed by someone who hates me in every way, studied what I disliked about games, and used that as a blueprint. Stealth segments, follow segments, driving but you're not really driving, following people that talk while you walk behind them sequence, endless chattering one-liners, having the illusion of choice, forced dialogue balloons, forced minigame advertisements, forced encounters, forced dungeons, and my favorite unfavorite thing in all gaming, rules that change when they feel like it. Be it plot, game mechanic, or any other nuance of this game, I never felt a single consistency in any moment of the game plastered on my monitor. Dodging with the ring is super effective on this boss. Okie doke, let's just try that again. Nope, now it does jack shit. This is not playing a game with skill and technique. This is playing Eddie in Tekken 2. It's the most unfun game in the franchise, full stop, and that includes Final Fantasy X too. You know, the karaoke one. I didn't play 13. I don't support a game with those people in it. By which I mean a female lead. Yes, I'm sexist instead of racist. That's the joke. Funny joke. A big thank you as always to my Patreons. South Boogie Bio, Chris Marshall, It's Joe's Fault, Hiroshima, Porygon for the win, and Serval K. Your donations help me make videos like this, so thank you! Oh boy, I am excited to get this finished. I have been waiting to do this for a long time. This is truly a passion project of mine, despite the fact I hate this fucking game, but that's the reason I wanted to do the video. It's basically what Spoony One did, so maybe I will follow in his footsteps. Just kidding, I don't want to follow in his footsteps. All jokes here, all love and respect. I hope he's doing better now.